This decision was implemented throughout the party and is still valid to this day. Of course, the system of collective leadership existed long before this decision was made. The significance of the decision is that it analyzed the party's successful experience in conscientiously practicing collective leadership, urged organizations that exercised nominal collective leadership to rectify their mistake, and extended the application of collective leadership. As was pointed out in the decision, the system of collective leadership of the party committee, or, to be more exact, the system of division of responsibility among the commanders under the collective leadership of the party committee, had long been practiced in the Chinese People's Liberation Army. The PLA's long years of wartime experience proved the system to be beneficial to army work and by no means a hindrance to the direction of military operations. In the light of the experience of the last few years, the Central Committee has decided to carry out the system of collective leadership of the party committee in all enterprises as well, i.e., the system of the factory director or manager assuming responsibility under the collective leadership of the party committee. However, there are still many defects in the application of the system of collective leadership in our party. In a small number of party organizations, some leading comrades are still prone to exercise exclusive personal control. They seldom call the necessary regular meetings, or when they do call meetings of party organizations, they reduce such meetings to mere formalities. They neither give the participants a chance to prepare themselves beforehand for the questions to be decided on, nor create an atmosphere conducive to free discussion, so decisions are virtually imposed on the members. This practice of personal arbitrary action under the guise of collective leadership must be resolutely opposed. All questions submitted to the meeting must be discussed and differences of opinion permitted. If in the course of discussion a serious difference of opinion arises, the discussion should be suitably prolonged and conducted between individuals so as to reach real agreement among the great majority, provided this does not affect an urgent matter that needs to be settled immediately. Moreover, nothing should be put to a vote in a hurry, nor should any conclusion be drawn arbitrarily. Similarly, before an election takes place in a party organization, the necessary exchanges of views and discussion should be carried out among the electors regarding the proposed list of candidates. Only thus can democratic activities within the party truly be ensured. Another defect pointed out by the Central Committee in its decision of September 1948 is still found in many organizations: too many meetings are held and the meetings go on for too long. This not only takes up time that full-time party workers ought to be spending in getting into close contact with the masses and exercising practical leadership, thus encouraging bureaucratism and red tape, but also affects the work and leisure time of many party members and non-party people. This defect is due to lack of planning and preparation and to poor leadership at meetings. It is also due to people misusing meetings by raising a great many questions that do not need to be discussed there. This defect should also resolutely be overcome. One of the basic requirements of democratic centralism in the party is that party congresses at the various levels be held at regular intervals and play their part to the full. More than 11 years has elapsed between the 7th and 8th party congresses. This interval was, of course, much too long. As for local party congresses and conferences at the various levels, a few localities and units have kept strictly to the provisions of the party constitution, but the majority have held congresses and conferences less often than required. This is a serious defect in the democratic activities of our party. However, inter-party democracy has not been seriously affected by the long and irregular intervals between party congresses and conferences, because in the years since the 7th Congress a great number of cadres conferences have been held by both central and local party organizations. These conferences, at which the party's policies and all kinds of problems arising in work were discussed in a fully democratic spirit, have to a considerable extent played the role of party conferences and even party congresses. For example, since 1949 the Central Committee has called quite a number of conferences that were national in scope. The second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, held from March 5 to 13, 1949, the third, enlarged, plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, from June 6 to 9, 1950, the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work, from June 13 to August 13, 1953, the National Conference on Grain, from October 10 to 13, 1953, the fourth, enlarged, plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, from February 6 to 10, 1954, the National Party Conference, from March 21 to 31, 1955, the Conference of Secretaries of Provincial, Municipal, and Autonomous Region Party Committees, from July 31 to August 1, 1955, the 6th, enlarged, plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, from October 4 to 11, 1955, the Conference on the Transformation of Capitalist Industry and Commerce, from November 16 to 24, 1955, the Conference on the Question of Intellectuals, from January 14 to 20, 1956, and the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau with the participation of Secretaries of Provincial, Municipal, and Autonomous Region Party Committees, from April 25 to 28, 1956. In general, attendance at these conferences numbered over 100 or a few hundred to over 1,000. To all intents and purposes, these conferences played the role of national conferences, solving important problems in party policy and work through free and practical discussion. Nevertheless, the holding of these conferences cannot legally replace the holding of party congresses or make up for the defect of not holding regular party congresses. To completely remedy this defect and raise democratic activities in the party to a higher plane, the Central Committee has decided to introduce a fundamental reform in the draft party constitution. The National Party Congress and the Congresses at provincial and county levels are to have a fixed term respectively, somewhat similar to that of the People's Congresses at the various levels. It is laid down in the draft party constitution that the National Party Congress is to be elected for a term of 5 years, Congresses at provincial level for 3 years, and Congresses at county level for 2 years. Congresses at all 3 levels are to be called into session once a year, therefore, the original system of party conferences at the various levels will no longer be necessary. A system of party congresses with fixed terms will greatly reduce the burden of electing deputies, and the congresses may be convened at any time during the term of office. Since the congresses will be in session once a year, the occasion need not be an elaborate affair. The greatest merit of a system of fixed terms for the congresses is that it will make the congresses the party's highest policy-making and supervisory organs, operating with an effectiveness which is hardly possible under the present system, whereby congresses are held once in a number of years, with deputies elected afresh each time. Under the new system, the party's most important decisions can all be brought before the congresses for discussion. The Central Committee and the provincial and county committees must submit annual reports to their respective congresses, listen to their criticisms and answer their questions. Since the deputies are elected for a fixed term and are responsible to the bodies that elected them, they will be in a better position to regularly gather the views and experience of lower organizations, rank-and-file party members and the masses. Thus they will attend the sessions as true representatives, and when the congresses are not in session, they can also supervise, in whatever way is appropriate, the work of party organs. For these reasons we feel sure that this reform will greatly help develop inter-party democracy. It must be emphasized that the party is a militant organization. Without centralized, unified command it would be impossible to win any battles. The measures taken for the development of inter-party democracy are not meant to weaken necessary centralization in the party, but to supply it with a powerful and vigorous base. This is perfectly clear to every one of us. Our purpose in proposing to improve the system of congresses at all levels is to make it easier for the party committees at all levels to solicit the opinions of the masses and to work more correctly and effectively. Our purpose in proposing to improve the working relationship between central and local and higher and lower bodies is to enable the central and higher bodies to exercise their leadership in closer conformity with actual conditions, to concentrate their attention on work that needs to be centralized and to improve their inspection and guidance of the work of the local organizations and the lower bodies. We do not advocate strengthening collective leadership in order to reduce the role of the individual. On the contrary, the individual can play his role correctly only through the collective, while collective leadership must be combined with individual responsibility. Without division of labor and individual responsibility, we would not be able to perform any complicated tasks and would find ourselves in the woeful predicament of no one being responsible for any particular job. Whatever the organization, we need not only division of labor and individual responsibility, but also somebody assuming overall responsibility. Are we all not well aware that even a small group cannot function without a leader? Here I should like to say a few words about the role of leaders in the party. While recognizing that history is made by the people, Marxism never denies the historical role of outstanding individuals. Marxism simply points out that the individual role is, in the final analysis, dependent upon given social conditions. Likewise, Marxism never denies the role of leaders in political parties. In Lenin's famous words, the leaders are those who are the most authoritative, influential, and experienced. Undoubtedly, their authority, their influence and their experience are valuable assets to the party, the working class and the people. We Chinese communists can fully appreciate this from our own experience. Of course, such leaders emerge naturally out of mass struggle, and cannot be self-appointed. Unlike the leaders of the exploiting classes in the past, the leaders of the working class party stand not above the masses, but in their midst, not above the party, but within it. Precisely because of this, they must set an example in maintaining close contact with the masses, obeying party organizations and observing rules of party discipline. Love for the leader is essentially an expression of love for the interests of the party, the working class and the people, and not the deification of an individual. An important achievement of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union lies in the fact that it showed us what serious consequences can follow from deification of an individual. Our party has always held that no political parties or individuals are free from flaws and mistakes in their activities, and this has now been written into the general program of the draft party constitution. For the same reason, our party abhors the deification of an individual. At the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, held in March 1949, that is, on the eve of the nationwide victory in the People's Revolution, the Central Committee, at the suggestion of Comrade Mao Zedong, decided to prohibit birthday celebrations for party leaders and the use of party leaders' names to designate places, streets, and enterprises. This has helped check the glorification and exaltation of individuals. The Central Committee has always been against sending the leaders messages of greetings or telegrams reporting successes. Likewise, it has been against exaggerating the role of leaders through works of art and literature. Of course, the cult of the individual is a social phenomenon with a long history, and it inevitably finds certain reflections in our party and public life. It is our task to continue to observe faithfully the Central Committee's principle of opposition to the elevation and glorification of the individual and to achieve a real consolidation of the ties between the leaders and the masses so that the party's democratic principle and its mass line will be carried out in every field of endeavor. 4. Part of the general program of the draft constitution dwells on party solidarity and unity. Solidarity and unity are most important questions in party building. As is pointed out in the general program, solidarity and unity are the very life of the party, the source of its strength. It is the sacred duty of every party member to pay constant attention to the safeguarding of the solidarity of the party and the consolidation of its unity. Why was the People's Revolution, led by our party, successful? First of all, of course, it was because our party's policy was correct and represented the interests of the people. But a correct policy alone could not have enabled us to defeat a powerful enemy and emerge victorious. Our party also kept in close touch with the people and, moreover, rallied them into a united force. But if our party itself had not been united, how could it have rallied the people? Again, after victory in the People's Revolution in our country, on what did we depend to overcome tremendous difficulties and obstacles, rapidly achieve national unity, quickly rehabilitate and develop our national economy, embark on the socialist transformation of our national economy and complete it for the most part? Beyond all doubt, we could not have led the people and accomplished these complicated tasks in such a short time without party unity. Our party has now assumed the leading role in all state affairs and public activities. It is obvious that our party in its present condition is exercising a more direct and extensive influence on national life than ever before. It is for the benefit of not only the party but also the people that we cement party solidarity and preserve its unity. The party is the highest form of class organization. It is particularly important to point this out today when our party has assumed the leading role in state affairs. Of course, this does not mean that the party should be directly in command of the work of state organs or discuss questions of a purely administrative nature at party meetings, thus overstepping the necessary line of demarcation between party work and the work of state organs. It means, first, that party members in state organs, particularly the leading party members groups formed by those in leading positions in such organs, should follow the unified leadership of the party. Second, the party must regularly discuss and decide on questions relating to guiding principles, policies, and important organizational matters in state affairs, and the leading party members groups in the state organs must see to it that these decisions are put into effect with the harmonious cooperation of non-party people. Third, the party must conscientiously and systematically study the work and problems of the state organs so as to be able to make correct, practical, and specific proposals concerning state affairs or revise these proposals promptly in the light of actual practice, and it must also exercise constant supervision over the work of state organs. Some comrades working in state organs do not respect the leadership of the party, saying that their work is of a special nature, and attempt to turn their own departments into independent kingdoms. This is a dangerous tendency that must be overcome. At the same time, some party organizations unjustifiably interfere with the administrative work of state organs, while still others, without investigation and study, are content to offer vague, generalized leadership or leadership based on personal impressions. This is another tendency that must be overcome. The points I have mentioned about the relationship between the party and the state organs in their work also apply in general to the relationship between the party and the various people's organizations. But since democracy in these organizations is much broader than in state organs, the party should take this special feature into consideration when exercising leadership over the leading party members groups in these organizations. In order to strengthen solidarity and unity within its own ranks and correctly play its role as leader and nucleus, the party has waged an uncompromising struggle against all sorts of erroneous deviations in this regard. The party's long-term existence in widely scattered rural areas, the strong influence that feudal, bourgeois, and petty bourgeois ideas and work styles still have in our society, and the deepening of class struggle for a certain period of time during the socialist revolution are all inevitably reflected in party activities. Therefore, party solidarity and unity are inseparable from inter-party struggle of varying degrees. As we all know, the most serious inter-party struggle during the interval between the 7th and 8th Congresses was the fight against the anti-party alliance of Gao Gang and Rao Shuxi. A detailed report on this struggle was given and was followed by discussion at the National Party Conference held in March 1955. The essence of this anti-party alliance was its attempt to seize supreme party and state power through conspiracy on an extensive scale and in utter disregard of principle. This alliance intended to maintain exclusive control over certain areas and departments and use them as its capital to oppose the Central Committee and usurp its authority. For this purpose it attempted to arouse resentment against the Central Committee in various areas and among the People's Liberation Army. These conspiratorial activities were completely counter to the interests of the party and the people and could only benefit the enemies of the Chinese people. That was why the National Party Conference held in March 1955 unanimously endorsed the measures taken in this connection by the Fourth Plenary Session of the Seventh Central Committee, held in February 1954, and by the Political Bureau of the Central Committee following the session. Since the Fourth Plenary Session of the Seventh Central Committee and the National Party Conference, the party's solidarity and unity have been strengthened immensely, and the political awareness of all party members and the fighting capacity of the party organizations have increased greatly. The enemies of the party and the people gained nothing from this struggle. The Central Committee decided to expel Gao Gang and Rao Shuxi from the party, because their conduct gravely imperiled the interests of the party and the people, and they showed no signs of repentance for their activities or desire to mend their ways in spite of repeated warnings given by the party over a long period of time before and after the fourth plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. At the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work in the summer of 1953 and again at the National Conference on Organizational Work in September and October of the same year, the Central Committee stressed the need for all party members to strengthen party solidarity and oppose any actions that might undermine it, but the conspirators, bent on splitting the party and seizing power, turned a deaf ear to these warnings. The resolution adopted at the fourth plenary session of the 7th Central Committee states, "As for those who take a stand against the party, stubbornly refuse to correct their errors, or even carry on sectarian, splitting, or other malignant activities within the party must wage relentless struggle against them and subject them to severe disciplinary measures or even expel them from the party if necessary. Only by so doing can party unity be maintained and the interests of the revolution and the people be defended." However, this is only one side of the party's policy towards party members who have made mistakes. The same resolution points out, every comrade may have shortcomings or make mistakes, and every comrade needs other people's help. The purpose of party unity is precisely to develop this kind of comradely mutual help. In dealing with the shortcomings or errors of party members, the policy adopted should vary according to different circumstances. It adds, to comrades whose shortcomings or errors are comparatively unimportant or those who, though their shortcomings or errors are serious or comparatively serious, can still be helped through criticism and education to place the interests of the party above their own and are willing to mend their ways and actually do so, the principle of curing the sickness to save the patient should be applied. Serious criticism must be made and the necessary struggle waged against their shortcomings or errors in the light of the circumstances, but such criticism or struggle should start from unity and aim to reach unity through this criticism or struggle. The comrades concerned should not be deprived of the chance to do better. Still less should their occasional, partial, temporary, or relatively unimportant shortcomings or errors be deliberately exaggerated into systematic, serious ones. This is not starting from unity, and unity cannot be attained in this way. Therefore, it is not in the interest of the party. The principles mentioned above for dealing with the mistakes of party members, as set forth in the resolution of the fourth plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, have now been written into the general program of the draft constitution. As we all know, since 1935 the Central Committee, in dealing with party members who have made mistakes, has always acted upon the principle of treating each case on its own merits. Practice has shown that it is correct to adhere to this principle, that the unity of the party benefits from it and that the party's cause prospers because of it. The Central Committee believes that under ordinary circumstances the aim of correcting the mistakes of party members is to draw lessons, improve their work and educate all party members, in other words, to learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones and cure the sickness to save the patient. The aim is not to take such members to task so severely as to make it impossible for them to continue to work in the party. Therefore, in dealing with such members, the emphasis should be on dispassionately analyzing the root and essence of their errors, raising their ideological consciousness and drawing the correct lesson for other comrades or the entire party, but not on the disciplinary action taken by the party organization. Solutions to the problem must not be sought through putting labels on such members or simply resorting to punishment. Unduly severe or widespread punishment is especially to be avoided, for it would create tension and cause fear in the party, and this is detrimental to the party's strength. When our party was dominated by left opportunists, inter-party struggle was pushed to the extreme. A policy of excessively harsh struggle and wanton punishment, the so-called ruthless struggle and merciless blows, was carried on within the party. As a result, party unity, inter-party democracy, and the initiative of rank-and-file party members all suffered severe damage, and the advance of the party's cause was seriously hindered. Such wrong treatment of comrades' shortcomings and mistakes is no longer a dominant feature of party life, but it still exists in some organizations, and we must pay attention to rectifying it. On the other hand, there is another tendency in the party which also deserves attention, that of being over-tolerant and over-indulgent towards comrades who have made mistakes, not giving them the punishment they deserve or waging any ideological struggle against them. This is a tendency towards liberalism, which must also be resolutely opposed. In order to maintain party solidarity and unity on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and help comrades overcome their shortcomings and correct their mistakes in time, it is necessary to greatly intensify criticism and self-criticism within the party. Encouraging and supporting criticism from below and prohibiting the suppression of criticism are of decisive importance for the development of criticism in the party. On many occasions in the past few years, the Central Committee has organized party-wide campaigns of criticism and self-criticism in the form of rectification movement, which have yielded remarkably good results. When calling lower-rank comrades to meetings or in talking to them, leading comrades of the Central Committee have of their own accord asked them to criticize the Central Committee's work, listened patiently to their criticisms, and promptly taken necessary and practical measures to correct the shortcomings and mistakes pointed out, with the result that inter-party criticism from below has been greatly encouraged. The Central Committee has carried out a sharp struggle against the suppression of criticism and applied disciplinary measures to some leading personnel who arbitrarily stifled criticism from below. However, it must be admitted that even now quite a few leading comrades in party organizations and quite a few party members who hold leading positions in state organs and people's organizations still do not encourage and support criticism from below. Some even despicably resort to attacks and reprisals against their critics. This is also a grave sign that the germs of bureaucratism are attacking our party. Every true communist must fight to root out this evil. V. Now I should like to make some explanations of the provisions for party membership in the draft constitution. As compared with the constitution adopted at the 7th Congress, a number of important changes have been made in the draft party constitution. This is because conditions of the party and its membership are now quite different from what they were at the time of the 7th Congress. These revisions make higher demands on the members and at the same time extend their rights. The most significant change for the party is that it is now in the position of leadership throughout the country. The party's program for a democratic revolution has been carried out in nearly all parts of the country, and its program for a socialist revolution has in the main been successfully carried out. The party's present task is to complete the socialist revolution and bring about, in not too long a period, the country's socialist industrialization, turning China into a powerful socialist industrial country. Organizationally, the party has changed greatly both in numerical strength and in the social status of its members. According to figures provided by the Organization Department of the Central Committee, at the end of June 1956 the party had a total membership of 10,734,384, which is 1.74% of the total population. Of these, 1,502,814, or 14% of the total membership, are workers, 7,417,459, or 69.1%, are peasants, 1,255,923, or 11.7%, are intellectuals, 558,188, or 5.2%, are of other social status. Women constitute about 10% of the total membership. The triumph of the party's cause, the increasing weight of its responsibility for the people, and the rise of its prestige among the masses all demand that our party set higher standards for its members. Moreover, in the past a person's decision to join our party generally meant that he was determined to fight, at the risk of personal freedom and even his very life, for the interests of the masses and the supreme ideal of human society. Nowadays, however, It is easy to find people who have joined the party for the sake of fame and position and who do not safeguard the interests of the masses, but harm them. To be sure, such people are very few in our party, but we cannot overlook their existence. Working hard to raise the standards of party membership is one of the party's important political tasks at the present time. For this purpose, the draft constitution contains new provisions regarding qualifications for party membership. In the first place, the draft demands that party members be people who work and do not exploit the labor of others. In our era, only that which is the result of labor can bring honor, and to exploit the labor of others instead of working oneself is an infinite disgrace in the eyes of the people. With the development of socialist transformation, living off the fruits of other people's labor is dying out in our country. However, in present-day Chinese society there are still exploiters, overt and covert practices of exploitation, and ideas of the exploiting class. We must not allow such people, practices, or ideas to find their way into the ranks of the party, and we must see to it that every party member draws a clear line between labor and exploitation. As compared with the relevant articles of the existing constitution, the draft contains many new provisions concerning the duties of party members. In the draft party constitution it is listed as a duty of party members to safeguard the party's solidarity and consolidate its unity. The reason for such a provision is obvious. Solidarity and unity are the very life of the party, and it is unthinkable that the party should have any need for members who do not care for its life. It is provided in the draft that party members must energetically fulfill the tasks assigned them by the party, because this is the concrete guarantee for the carrying out of party policies and decisions. The draft party constitution requires that every party member, without exception and regardless of his position or prior service rendered, strictly observe the party constitution and state laws and behave in accordance with communist ethics. The Central Committee considers it of special importance today to stipulate very clearly that no party member, regardless of his position or prior service rendered, is allowed any privilege to act against the party constitution, state laws, or communist ethics. Some party members who have rendered meritorious service and hold leading positions think it is their prerogative to act as they please. Some party organizations have even given tacit consent to this view. In actual fact, anyone who entertains or supports this view is helping the enemy corrode our party. People who conduct themselves like overlords tend to think they are indispensable to the party, but the truth is quite to the contrary. Our party, far from having any use for such persons, does not permit the presence in its ranks of any overlords who behave differently from ordinary members in fulfilling the duties of a party member. Respect is due to good record and position only if the person possessing them does not become conceited or consider them something entitling him to privileges but, instead, becomes more modest, prudent, and conscious of his responsibility to set a good example. If he does not do this, his conceit and insolence will be his downfall. The party will never tolerate such people at the risk of isolating itself from the masses. The draft party constitution stipulates that it is the duty of every party member to practice criticism and self-criticism, expose shortcomings and mistakes in work and try hard to overcome and correct them, and that it is his duty to report such shortcomings and mistakes to the leading party bodies, up to and including the Central Committee. Without doubt this provision in the draft will help stimulate the political enthusiasm of all party members, promote inter-party criticism and facilitate the exposure and elimination of shortcomings and mistakes in party work. The draft party constitution provides that party members be truthful and honest with the party and not conceal or distort the truth. This is a principle of great significance in party activities. To proceed from reality and seek truth from facts is our fundamental stand as materialists. Any distortion or concealment of the truth from the party can only harm the party, and in the end will only harm the very person who distorts the facts or conceals them from the party. The draft constitution also requires party members to be constantly on the alert against the intrigues of the enemy and to guard party and state secrets. All these new provisions concerning the duties of party members indicate that the party is making more exacting demands on its members than in the past. Extensive and thorough education in the duties of party members needs to be conducted among the membership and among activists who want to join the party. When a party member fails to fulfill his duties, the party organization should promptly criticize and educate him. Many party members, especially new members, have failed in their duties because they do not really know what their duties are, or because they have read, but did not understand the real meaning of, the relevant articles in the party constitution. Therefore, when a party member fails in his duties for the first time, timely criticism and education are often sufficient to help him avoid making similar or bigger mistakes in future. In cases of this kind, it is wrong to rashly take disciplinary measures. Education by itself, however, will not ensure strict observation of the duties by all party members. The draft party constitution provides that any serious infraction of these duties, undermining of party unity, breaking of state laws, violation of party decisions, damaging of party interests, or deception towards the party constitutes a violation of the rules of party discipline, and disciplinary action shall be taken against the party member concerned. Every applicant for party membership must undergo the admission procedure individually. The draft constitution stipulates that an applicant be recommended by 2 full party members, after being accepted at a general membership meeting of a party branch and approved by the next higher party committee. He is then admitted as a probationary member. The probationary period is 1 year, following which he may become a full party member. In the draft, the term probationary period has been adopted in place of the long-employed candidature, and the term probationary member in place of candidate member, since probationary is more accurate in this case. This change, which we have accepted, was suggested by a non-party person. During discussion of the draft, many comrades asked, if it is our purpose to raise the standards of party membership, why have we discarded the original provisions about different admission procedures for applicants of different social status? Might this not affect the purity of the party? The distinction hitherto made in admitting new members has been removed because former classifications of social status have lost or are losing their original meaning. Both before the 7th Congress and for a considerable period afterwards, it was essential to have different admission procedures for applicants of different social status. This served a very good purpose then. In recent years, however, the situation has basically changed. The difference between workers and office employees is now only a matter of division of labor within the same class. Coolies and farm laborers have disappeared. Poor and middle peasants have all become members of agricultural producers' cooperatives, and before long the distinction between them will become merely a matter of historical interest. With the introduction of the conscription system, revolutionary soldiers no longer constitute an independent social stratum. The vast majority of intellectuals have now come over politically to the side of the working class, and a rapid change is taking place in their family background. The conditions under which the urban poor and professional people existed as independent social strata have virtually been eliminated. Every year large numbers of peasants and students become workers, large numbers of workers, peasants, and their sons and daughters join the ranks of intellectuals and office workers. Large numbers of peasants, students, workers, and office workers join the army and become revolutionary soldiers, while large numbers of revolutionary soldiers return to civilian life as peasants, students, workers, or office workers. What is the point, then, of classifying these social strata into 2 different categories? Even if we were to try to devise a classification, how could we make it clear and unambiguous? It has already been stated that only those who work and do not exploit the labor of others and are qualified to be party members can be admitted to the party. Therefore, the question of different admission procedures for applicants of different social status has ceased to exist. Practice has shown that the chief measures needed for keeping the party ranks pure are to maintain strict supervision over the work of recruiting new members, to see that the general membership meeting of the party branch and the party committee at the next higher level carefully check applicants for admission and probationary members at the end of their probationary period, to subject probationary members to careful observation and educate them during their probationary period, to give timely education to party members who are not fully up to standard, and to expel any bad elements who have wormed themselves into the party. Purity does not depend on the number of party members required for recommending different types of applicants, the length of party standing of such members, or the length of the probationary period. Present party membership is 9 times what it was at the time of the 7th Congress. How were these new members admitted into the party? Are they really qualified for party membership? Judging from the results of party rectification movements over past years, the overwhelming majority of members were admitted according to the procedures specified in the party constitution and are qualified for party membership. On the whole, the party organizations have grown up in the course of mass revolutionary struggles, admitting activists among the masses who have stood the test of struggle. This provides the chief guarantee for the quality of the party membership. But mistakes were made on many occasions in admitting new members. During the War of Liberation, new members were recruited in the rural districts of some liberated areas by means of so-called campaigns to join the party, or through a process of so-called self-recommendation, public discussion, and approval by the party organization. In the 2 years just before and after nationwide liberation, party membership grew with undue speed. In certain areas it grew practically without guidance or plan, while party organizations in some areas even went about recruiting new members in large numbers and setting up party branches before the masses were aroused. The result was that certain party organizations were at one time highly impure. At the same time, the mistake of closed-doorism was also made in admitting new members. At one time the party failed to attach importance to recruiting new members from among industrial workers. At another time it neglected to recruit new members from among revolutionary intellectuals. In certain rural areas the party organizations neglected to recruit activists among youth and women. Anyway, it is a clear fact that 90% of the present 10,730,000 members have joined our party since the 7th Congress. Experience has shown time and again that many members, although they have joined the party organizationally, have not, or not fully joined ideologically. It is therefore the task of party organizations at all levels to conscientiously educate the vast numbers of new members more effectively, taking practical measures to organize and guide their study of Marxism-Leninism, Comrade Mao Zedong's writings and the history and policy of our party, and to strengthen their education in proletarian internationalism, so as to raise the level of their political awareness and enable them to become truly qualified ideologically as party members. The ranks of the party have expanded rapidly, but among certain sections of the people, in certain enterprises, government offices, and educational institutions, in certain villages and among certain nationalities, party members are still very few in number. At the same time, more and more activists are coming to the fore and asking to join our fighting ranks. Therefore, apart from working to improve the quality of the membership, the party should, in the time to come, continue in a planned way to admit those who apply for membership and are fully qualified for it. It should also do more work among women and pay special attention to recruiting the more advanced among them. While trying to raise the standards of its members, the party should pay attention to the protection and extension of members' democratic rights. The draft constitution contains some new, important provisions concerning members' rights. The draft party constitution states that party members enjoy the right of giving full play to their creative ability in work. This has the significance of a principle. It will greatly stimulate vast numbers of party members to endeavor to the fullest extent possible within the rules of party discipline, to bring together the wisdom of the masses, to think independently and to solve problems in a practical and creative way. It will also effect a change in the work style of leading personnel who are stuck in a groove and disregard the creative ability of rank and file party members. This, too, will help promote inter-party democracy. The draft gives the party member the right to ask to attend in person the meeting at which a party organization is to decide to take disciplinary action against him or make an appraisal of his character and work. This means that the party organization will have the opportunity to listen to the members' own statements so that decisions made on the basis of incorrect or one-sided reports can be avoided. This procedure has generally been adopted in the party, but certain party organizations have not yet put it into effect. Without any reason whatsoever, These organizations have often failed to inform members of their intention to take disciplinary measures against them until the decision has already been made. Of course, there are special cases in which it is impossible for the party member concerned to attend in person the meeting at which such a decision is to be made by a party organization. Such cases, however, should be regarded as an exception. And even in such cases, the member concerned still has the right to ask to attend the meeting in person beforehand and the right to appeal afterwards if he disagrees with the decision made by the party organization. The draft party constitution gives party members the right to reserve their opinions or submit them to a leading body of the party, in case they disagree with any party decision, which, in the meantime, they must carry out unconditionally. Everyone knows that the party is an organization-based ideological unity and that the ideological unity of the membership is the foundation of party solidarity and unity, but this does not mean that a party member may not hold different opinions about party decisions. This would be impossible. The unity that the party demands is an ideological unity on all questions concerning the party's basic principles, and unity of action on all practical issues. Concerning day-to-day work, it is permissible, even unavoidable, for party members to hold differing views to some extent. In order to solve various practical problems, the party membership must act according to the principle that the individual is subordinated to the organization, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level is subordinate to the higher level, and all constituent party organizations in the country are subordinate to the Central Committee. In this connection, it is entirely correct and necessary for the party to demand that members who hold different views unconditionally carry out party decisions in their actions. Yet these members still have the right to reserve their own opinions and, moreover, the right to submit them to the party organizations to which they belong and to higher bodies, and the party organizations, on their part, should not compel them to give up their opinions by force of discipline. Far from harming the party, these provisions can have a good effect. If the party's decisions are correct and the party members holding different opinions are willing to bow before the truth, they will eventually be glad to acknowledge the party's correctness and admit their own mistakes. If, however, truth eventually turns out to be on the side of the minority, then protection of the right of the minority will help the party ascertain the truth more easily. Compared to corresponding articles in the existing constitution, the draft party constitution expands on the provisions regarding the right of members to participate in free and substantial discussion at party meetings or in the party press on theoretical and practical questions relating to party policy, to criticize any party organization or any functionary at party meetings, and to address any statement, appeal, or complaint to any party organization, up to and including the Central Committee. The draft stipulates in particular that infringement of the rights of party members constitutes a violation of the rules of party discipline, and disciplinary action shall be taken against it. This is an effective guarantee of the rights of party members. With regard to commendatory and disciplinary measures within the party, the draft constitution contains the following important changes. First, the former provisions regarding commendation have been taken out. Second, the provisions concerning disciplinary measures applicable to party organizations have also been taken out. And third, the provisions concerning disciplinary measures applicable to party members have been simplified. Real life has shown that it is not appropriate to regard admonition as a disciplinary measure and that it is inconvenient to divide warnings into private and public warnings. It is entirely feasible to replace provisions regarding disciplinary measures against an entire party organization with those regarding disciplinary measures against individual members. Some comrades ask, why have the provisions for commendation been left out? This, again, is what we have learned from the reality of everyday life. Although provisions regarding commendation were made in the party constitution adopted by the 7th Congress, our experience over the past 11 years has proved them to be unnecessary. Certainly this does not mean that the party has taken no notice of the excellent work done by many of its finest members. It has publicized their achievements and experience and promoted them to important posts according to their personal qualities and abilities. All this represents the commendation the party has given to these members. but there is a more important reason for removing the provisions about commendation. Fundamentally speaking, we communists do not work in order to be commended. We work in the interests of the people. When we Communist Party members have worked diligently and properly, consequently winning the confidence of the people, we are receiving the highest reward possible. Here I feel it necessary to speak about the question of party cadres. If we make strict demands on every rank and file party member, we need, indeed, to make still stricter demands on party cadres. Since the backbone members in the party organizations at all levels enjoy greater confidence from the party and the people, then obviously they have a greater responsibility to the party and the people than the rank and file members. According to rough statistics, there are altogether over 300,000 party cadres serving as county party committee members and above. These cadres, more than other party members, should learn never to become separated from the masses, become complacent, or fear difficulties. They should always readily accept criticism from below, ceaselessly improve their work, and patiently educate those working under their leadership through their personal example. It would be superfluous to note that since the 7th Congress, especially since 1949, the number of party cadres has increased enormously. Nevertheless, there is a universal feeling that there are still not enough. This shows there are still serious defects in the process of selecting and promoting cadres. Chief among these is that even today many comrades only use seniority as the criterion for selection. Older party members with a rich store of experience are undoubtedly a valuable asset to the party. But we should be making a very serious mistake if we set store by this asset to the exclusion of everything else, because our revolutionary cause is developing all the time and the number of cadres required is constantly increasing, while the number of old party members is inevitably on the decrease. Given this fact, if we do not resolutely employ and put our trust in carefully selected new cadres, it would only bring harm to the cause of the party and the people. In order to keep up with the rapid development of this cause, one of the party's important tasks is to train and promote large numbers of new cadres and help them familiarize themselves with their work and build a comradely relationship with the older cadres, a relationship of unity and solidarity and of learning from one another. The party must pay particular attention to training cadres to master production techniques and various branches of professional knowledge, because cadres with such qualifications are the basic force for the building of socialism. In all localities our party must train native cadres who are familiar with local conditions and have close ties with the people. In minority nationality areas the party must do its utmost to train cadres belonging to the nationalities there. It should firmly resolve to train and promote women cadres, helping and encouraging them to continuously advance, since women form one of the greatest reservoirs of party cadres. In the party's administration of cadres an important improvement in the last few years has been the division of administration according to rank and department, which coordinates administration with political and professional inspection and supervision. The party should try to further improve its administration work in this direction, so that cadres at all posts and in all departments will be under the careful supervision of the party and receive concrete help from it, and they will keep improving themselves. This is also an essential prerequisite for a steady rise in the quality of all party members. 6. With regard to the organizational structure of the party, the draft party constitution, besides giving the party congresses from county level upwards a fixed term of office and abolishing the party conferences which were provided for at all levels under the existing constitution, contains a number of other new provisions. These provisions concern the central organizations, local organizations, primary organizations, control organs, and the party's relationship with the Communist Youth League. In connection with these provisions, only a few brief explanations are needed. In the section dealing with the central organizations, the draft provides that the Central Committee, which elects the Political Bureau, shall also elect a Standing Committee of the Political Bureau, which shall take over the role formerly filled by the Secretariat, a role that has proved both necessary and expedient by the long experience of our party. The Central Committee will also elect the Secretariat, which in future will attend to the day-to-day work of the Central Committee under the direction of the Political Bureau and its Standing Committee. The pressure of party and government work has proved too much for the existing central organs. Hence the Central Committee finds it essential to set up an additional central organ. It further finds it necessary to have a number of vice-chairmen and a general secretary. The chairman and vice-chairman of the Central Committee will concurrently be the chairman and vice-chairman of the Political Bureau. In the section dealing with local party organizations, the draft spells out the system to be followed for party organizations of the province, autonomous region, municipality directly under the central authority, autonomous county, and municipality. In view of the increasingly complicated work of the leading bodies of local party organizations, the draft provides that a standing committee and a secretariat be set up under the party committee of each of these organizations. In order to reduce the number of organizational levels, the draft provides that regional committees may be established to serve as the representative bodies of provincial or autonomous region committees, and that district committees may be established to serve as the representative bodies of the party committees for municipalities directly under the central authority, other municipalities, counties, or autonomous counties. Actually, in certain provinces some of the regional committees and district committees in rural areas have already been abolished. The membership in the primary party organizations ranges from a minimum of 3 to a total of almost 10,000, making it necessary to allow the greatest flexibility in their organizational structure. The draft divides primary party organizations into 3 categories. 1. Primary organizations each with 100 or more party members, which may set up primary party committees, each with a number of general branches or branches under them. 2. Primary organizations each with 50 or more members, which may set up general branch committees, each with a number of branches under them. And 3. Primary organizations each with fewer than 50 members, which may set up branch committees. In addition, the draft contains certain other provisions conducive to flexibility. In the course of implementation, the 3 forms mentioned above may not be found entirely suitable for some situations, and in such circumstances the competent party committees can regard these as special cases and deal with them as they see fit. With regard to the tasks of the primary organizations, fairly comprehensive provisions are made to suit current conditions. The draft stipulates that primary party organizations in enterprises, villages, schools, and army units should guide and supervise the work of the administrative bodies and mass organizations in their respective units. It points out that primary party organizations in public institutions and organizations should keep watch over the ideology of all party members in the said institutions and organizations, and that they should report without delay any shortcomings in the work to the administrative chiefs of the given units and to higher party organizations. Up to now, however, many primary party organizations have failed to carry out these tasks. Inasmuch as primary organizations form the basic links between the party and the masses, an important political task of the party's leading bodies is to constantly check and help improve their work. In both urban and rural areas, however, there are many leading bodies that busy themselves assigning one task after another to primary organizations, but seldom check up on how these organizations are doing their work or give party members of these organizations any concrete explanations or help. All party committees directly responsible for leading primary organizations should, in accordance with the Constitution, carry out extensive education among these organizations and at the same time draw the necessary conclusions as to how to improve their leadership over them. To set up and strengthen the control organs of the party at different levels is a matter of great importance for the struggle against unhealthy tendencies within the party. Although it was only after the National Party Conference in March 1955 that the Central Control Commission and local control commissions at different levels were established on the basis of the former discipline inspection commissions, the work of these control commissions has already proved effective. The draft defines the tasks of the control organs and the relationship between higher and lower control commissions. The control commissions should not confine themselves to dealing with individual cases as they arise, but should work actively to find out how the party constitution, party discipline, communist ethics, and state laws and decrees are being observed by party members. To this end, the party committees at different levels must ensure that the control commissions are adequately staffed and must give them constant and vigorous support. Ever since its establishment, the Communist Youth League has shown that it is the party's reliable reserve force as well as its capable assistant. When the League organization was restored in 1949, it was known as the China New Democratic Youth League. Since then its membership has grown to 20 million, and the League's enthusiastic activities can be seen on all fronts. In view of the progress of socialist transformation in our country and the spread of communist education among the youth of China, the Central Committee of the Youth League has decided to suggest to the League's forthcoming National Congress that it be renamed the Communist Youth League of China. The party's Central Committee believes this is a correct decision. The draft party constitution sets forth the relationship between the party and the Youth League, requiring party organizations at all levels to pay close attention to the League's ideological and organizational work, to guide the League in imbuing all its members with communist spirit and educating them in Marxist-Leninist theory, to see that close contact is maintained between the League and the masses of young people, and to pay constant attention to selecting members for the League's leading corps. The youth represent our future, it is they who will carry on all our undertakings. We therefore believe that party organizations at all levels will spare no effort in carrying out these tasks. ******. In the foregoing I have made some necessary remarks about the draft party constitution proposed by the Central Committee. The Central Committee believes that it suits our party's present conditions and tasks. The Central Committee also believes that the draft party constitution, after being discussed and adopted by the 8th National Party Congress, will become a powerful instrument through which we shall be able to further raise the quality of the party, broaden the scope of inter-party democracy, bring into full play the political initiative of the party membership, improve the party's organizational work, and strengthen its solidarity and unity as well as increase its fighting capacity. As I have said above, the draft party constitution does not differ in fundamental principle from the constitution adopted by the 7th Congress, and furthermore, it must be said that the fundamental spirit of the draft constitution is just the logical development of the various principles laid down by the 7th Congress to govern the party's work. After thorough discussion, the 7th Congress made the correct decisions on such issues as the party's mass line, democratic centralism, party solidarity and unity, and the need to raise the standards of party membership and protect members' rights. Thanks to these decisions, our party has become more dynamic and thriving in both its organizational work and political struggles since the 7th Congress. The party's organizational work ensured the fulfillment of its political tasks. In the 11 years between the 7th and 8th Congresses, our party's organizational strength has grown rapidly, its ties with the masses have been greatly extended and strengthened, inter-party activities have become increasingly energetic, the party's ranks have become more closely united than ever before and, consequently, the party's cause has scored greater achievements than ever before. We have made some mistakes and encountered danger in our work, and there are still shortcomings and difficulties to be overcome, but none has been, or ever will be, cause for alarm in our party. On the contrary, our party maintains boundless confidence in itself and the courage to correct mistakes, overcome danger, remove shortcomings, surmount difficulties, and work for greater victories. Our party owes its victories, first and foremost, to the people's trust and support as well as to the perseverance of the entire party membership. We shall cherish with everlasting gratitude the memory of the martyrs who laid down their lives for the party's cause. Our party also owes its victories to the leading cadres of party organizations at all levels, particularly to the leader of our party, Comrade Mao Zedong. Now our party is confronted with new and formidable tasks. We must accomplish the great task of socialist transformation, fulfill the first 5-year plan for the development of our national economy ahead of schedule and then surpass it, and actively prepare to carry out the second 5-year plan, in order to bring about a great advance in the development of industry, agriculture, communications, transport, and commerce, promote scientific and cultural work, and raise the living standards of the people to a new level. We must liberate Taiwan. We must actively contribute to the preserving of world peace. To be ready for such great tasks, we must do our utmost to further consolidate our party and cement the ties between our party and the people. The Communist Party of China, which is built and developed on Marxist-Leninist principles and which has ceaselessly improved its organization and work through practice and strengthened its ties with the masses, will certainly be able to accomplish, in solidarity and unity, the glorious tasks the people have entrusted to it. Report made at the 8th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. 29. Integrate Marxism-Leninism with the concrete conditions of China. November 17, 1956. Some of our friends have raised the following questions: what do the Chinese Communist Party members mean to do? Who decides which of the classic international principles of communism are applicable to China? My friends, if you want to obtain a detailed answer to the first question, you could consult the party constitution adopted at the 8th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, or, to be specific, the general program and the chapter on party membership in the Constitution. The report on the revision of the Constitution of the Communist Party of China can also help to clarify it. If what the party members mean to do or their tasks are put in a nutshell, there are just two: serve the people wholeheartedly and put the interests of the people first in doing everything. The aim of every party member is the realization of socialism and communism. Following Marxist-Leninist principles, China first had to accomplish a bourgeois democratic revolution. Following this step, China now is building socialism and then, in future, advance from socialism to communism. In this way the Chinese people will be guided to a society utterly free from exploitation and oppression, in which to build a happy life under communism. These are what the Chinese Communist Party members mean to do or their tasks. Of course, not all or even most of the 11 million members of the Chinese Communist Party measure up to such a high standard. The party's task is to gradually enhance the political awareness of its members, so that they can be communists worthy of the name in both thought and deed. The Chinese Communist Party takes this as its regular task. A great many members of the Chinese Communist Party have a peasant family background, since a large number of people who joined the party shortly after it was founded were peasants. They joined because they wanted to fight imperialism and feudalism and obtain land. It could be said that in the beginning they wanted democratic revolution, not socialism. Take agricultural cooperation, for example. It was through education and actual practice that they gradually came to demand it. Now most of the peasants have explicitly chosen to follow the socialist road and called for the cooperative transformation of agriculture. Therefore, we cannot expect party members to come up to the required standard overnight. A Communist Party member is, first, an ordinary person and, second, a more advanced ordinary person. However, there are also party members who are lagging behind the ordinary people. Who decides which of the classic international principles of communism are applicable to China? The 7th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, held 11 years ago, laid down the following principle: we shall integrate the universal truth of Marxism and Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution as a guide for our country's revolution and development. This principle, formulated by our party and comrade Mao Zedong on the basis of the experience of failure and success in revolution, was affirmed at the 7th and 8th Party Congresses. Naturally, this is just a principle and many specific problems may still crop up when it is put into practice. A country has to confront many types of problems. Whether it be during times of revolution or economic development, integrating Marxism-Leninism with the specific conditions of the time is a question that requires a constant search for solution. This question should be discussed and solved at party congresses. When the Congress is not in session, it is up to the party Central Committee to deliberate and decide on it. Once a decision has been made, we need party members to carry out the decision in practice, so first of all, tens of hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of backbone members will need to have a good grasp of the principle before it can be implemented. The universal truth of Marxism-Leninism must be integrated with the concrete practice of a country, a formulation which is itself a universal truth. It embraces two aspects: universal truth and the integration of that truth with a country's concrete conditions. We have consistently held that neither aspect can be ignored. It is the view of our Chinese Communist Party that the universal truth includes abolishing feudalism and capitalism and realizing socialism, to be followed by communism. Can we do without taking the socialist road? No, we cannot. If we deviate from this universal truth and give up our efforts to establish socialism, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party would have no need to exist. How then can China abolish feudalism and capitalism and realize socialism and communism at an earlier date? We have to study the characteristics of our own country. Otherwise, if we mechanically copy the experience of other countries, this universal truth will not be realized in China. You, my friends, must have learned about China's socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce in the various places you visited. This is a case of integrating the universal truth with the concrete conditions of China. The universal truth calls for abolishing capitalism and exploitation, and realizing socialism. If we depart from it, socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce would be out of the question, and we shall find ourselves on the capitalist, not the socialist, road. This is one aspect of the matter. The other aspect is that the road we are taking today, namely, transforming capitalist industry and commerce, is the one which Lenin had in mind but was unable to take. We have chosen the peaceful transformation of capitalist industry and commerce. Experience has shown that in so doing our production has not been impaired but, rather, expanded, and we have not only eliminated capitalism but educated the bourgeoisie as well. It has proved to be a good method. If the universal truth had not been integrated with the concrete conditions of China or had been poorly integrated, we would have suffered great losses. The same is true in the socialist transformation of agriculture and in all other fields of our endeavor as well. On the question of integrating the universal truth with concrete practice, our party suffered a great deal in the past. That is why we have been concentrating on combating subjectivism, which has two aspects: dogmatism and empiricism. Dogmatists only know Marxist-Leninist phrases and do not apply them in the light of concrete conditions. This practice led to defeats and setbacks in our revolution. Empiricists only lay stress on concrete practice or the experience of a given time or place of a country, ignoring Marxist-Leninist principles. We oppose both. I should like to make one more point for our friends. In our experience we have found that it is no easy job to integrate the universal truth with concrete conditions. The Chinese Communist Party also makes mistakes every now and then. Nevertheless, we closely examine the causes of these mistakes and try to correct them without delay. As Chairman Mao said, just as a man should wash his face regularly and a house should often be cleaned, a political party should constantly correct its mistakes. I myself often make mistakes, everybody does. Chairman Mao often says that he, too, makes mistakes from time to time, but we all know he makes fewer mistakes than we do. Everyone makes mistakes, the person who does not make any is non-existent. Answers to questions raised by an international youth delegation. 30. Our chief task ahead is building up the country. April 8, 1957. We were engaged in revolution during the earlier period. As of last year, when we basically completed the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce, we fulfilled our revolutionary tasks by and large. What are our future tasks? Besides just a few tasks left over from the revolution, the chief task for the future is building up the country. The task set forth at the 8th National Congress of our party was to bring into play all positive factors and all possible forces in striving to make our country a great industrial socialist country. This will be our task for a very long time to come. No one knows how long it will take us to accomplish the task. Building up China will be, if not more difficult, at least as difficult as making revolution, with which we became very familiar. As far as development is concerned, our entire party is still learning, with a great deal we still do not know. No one would say we were not capable of making revolution, now that we have succeeded in it. But we are not sure how well we will do at building up the country. It cannot be denied that our achievements of the past few years in all fields, including national reconstruction, were great. Our country has indeed undergone rapid development and taken on a new look. I visited Xi'an towards the end of 1952, but the city of that time bore no comparison to the city of today, where many modern industrial enterprises have been established, as is true of other big cities. Last year we accomplished many things, but some were overdone or done impetuously. As a result, we have somewhat lost the initiative today and perhaps we shall not regain it in the near future. In general, however, last year's achievements were remarkable. Last year socialist transformation was basically completed, capital construction underwent rapid development and, thanks to the success of cooperative transformation, agriculture easily made it through the famine caused by serious crop failures. In short, we have achieved a lot over the past few years, and it would be wrong not to recognize this. However, under no circumstances should we exaggerate our achievements or regard our accomplishments as superb. This simple way of thinking has been reflected in our propaganda work, and every endeavor in the country is described as successful as could be, as if we had no difficulties whatsoever now and there were nothing for us to do except enjoying a happy life. Some cotters think that having devoted themselves to the revolution for so many years and now that the country has been built up, it is time to satisfy their own needs. As a matter of fact, we still have many difficulties and we are confronted with problems which are more complex than those of the past. We should recognize that despite the great achievements, industrial and agricultural production has grown rapidly, a preliminary foundation has been laid for industrial development and many enterprises have been established. Our country is still poor and backward. It will take a long time and strenuous efforts to turn such a poor and backward country as China into an advanced, industrial, socialist country. That is to say, we must learn to build up the country through thrift and hard work, because we are too poor to do otherwise. Given this poverty, our country will never prosper if we do not learn how to build it up through thrift and hard work. Our party and the Chinese people have proved highly capable in class struggle in the past. This explains why we succeeded in the revolution. On the whole, our party and cotters have learned the science of class struggle, but they know little or nothing about the science of transforming nature. Of course, we do have some talented people, but they are too few in number to meet our needs. China's scientific and technological level is still very low. The work of development in the past few years had demonstrated our lack of knowledge and proved that we have not learned how to build up the country through thrift and hard work. Chairman Mao said it took us more than 20 years to learn how to make revolution, during which time major mistakes were made. These years refer to the period from 1921, when the party was founded, to 1945, when the party's 7th National Congress was held. Of course, as far as the Central Committee is concerned, it solved the question of how to make revolution at the Zunyi meeting. In the 24 years from 1921 to the convening of the party's 7th National Congress, our party made right opportunistic mistakes once and left opportunistic mistakes 3 times. The left opportunistic mistakes made the 3rd time practically ruined our entire revolutionary force. 90% of the revolutionary base areas collapsed, which was disastrous and cost us dearly. Chairman Mao wondered if we could carry out economic development within a period shorter than 20-odd years and avoid making major mistakes and suffering serious setbacks. He implies that if we do not proceed cautiously, we may make major mistakes and suffer serious setbacks in development as well. For a socialist country to make major mistakes and suffer serious setbacks in development is not without precedent. Therefore, it is unrealistic for us to believe that we shall not suffer this fate. We shall if we do not study hard and review our experience. Is it possible for us to build up our country in a relatively short period of time without making major mistakes or suffering serious setbacks? I should say yes, it is, because we have conditions favorable to development, with fewer impediments than the Soviet Union had after the October Revolution. First, the international situation is in our favor. Second, we have the experience of the Soviet Union and other fraternal countries to go by. The fact that we have been able to go fast in our development over the past few years is partly due to Soviet experience and assistance. Of course, that is not to say that all of the Soviet Union's assistance has been efficient in all respects. Generally speaking, if it were not for their help, we would not have been so successful. We should continue to learn from the Soviet Union and know what to learn. To learn from the successes of the Soviet Union does us much good, as does drawing lessons from the mistakes it has made. We should make good use of the experience and lessons of the Soviet Union, so as to avoid losses. Of course, we should also learn from all the advanced experience of all the other countries in the world, including the United States. But we must first learn from the Soviet Union, because only the Soviet Union and other fraternal countries are assisting us, whereas the United States has imposed an embargo on us. We ourselves have also gained some experience in managing our own development over the slightly more than 7 years since we embarked on it. In some areas, such as the Northeast, we began even earlier. Our experience of the past few years is also of great importance and should not be downplayed. We have blazed our own trail, and if we truly learn from our experience, it will be of even greater benefit to us. In the development of these years we have been quite successful, but we have made more than a few mistakes as well. We should learn from both our successes and our mistakes, and learn to profit from our own experience as well as that of other countries. The international and domestic situation is in our favor. What we must do now is to take advantage of the situation, accomplish more with less money, constantly analyze our experience, add to our achievements, overcome our shortcomings and avoid major mistakes. The key to our success lies in the party leadership. In the past our success in revolution hinged on party leadership, the same is true of our success in economic development today. In other words, successful development depends on whether the party is good at learning. If it is, it will avoid major mistakes and get more done on less money, and whether the party relies on the masses and constantly works to root out subjectivism, bureaucratism, sectarianism and, in particular, dogmatism from its ranks. During the revolutionary years, subjectivism, bureaucratism, and sectarianism estranged us from reality and the masses, and in the course of economic development they can do the same, making it impossible for us to build up the country through thrift and hard work, and to bring into play all positive factors in our effort to make development a success. We have made great stride in development over the past few years. The work of all political parties and all the people across the land has been fruitful, as has been the work done by us communists. This is the principal aspect of our work that we must recognize first, for if we ignore this, we may become frustrated. At the same time, however, we should recognize that serious shortcomings have arisen in the course of development. Tendencies towards subjectivism, which ignores reality, and, in particular, towards dogmatism occurring over the past 2 years call for close attention. For example, some of our comrades tend to go in for new and large projects. Such formalistic mentality, divorced from reality, has cost us much. Do we need new and large projects? Certainly. Projects such as the Anshan Iron and Steel Complex and some of the large enterprises in Xi'an constitute the backbone of our economic development. Without these new projects and the development of such key enterprises it would be impossible for us to solve the problems connected with more advanced technologies. In future, more new and large enterprises will be established. However, not every enterprise has to be new and large, nor should we assume that being new or large is necessarily a good thing. As far as form is concerned, it is indeed necessary. We should pay close attention to form whenever possible, but we should not allow this to degenerate into formalism, wasting state funds for the sake of form or stressing the importance of form at the expense of our work. At present, our enterprises, especially the large ones financed by the central authorities, have wasted too much money. If we managed things correctly, it should have been entirely possible to save a great deal by spending less money to set up new enterprises of the same size equipped with the same level of technology. Some of our enterprises are very large, covering a vast area, with a huge area in front of the factory and an office building besides the factory itself. Can they not do without these extras? Can they not direct production under simpler conditions? A lot of money has been spent improperly. Some central enterprises have taken the lead by giving a massive appearance, erecting impressive name signs and behaving like pampered princes, exerting a bad influence on some local industries. For example, when a coal mine was operated by the provincial authorities, the costs were low, but after it was handed over to the Central Coal Administration, the costs went up considerably. When the mine is run by the local authorities, its accounts are well kept, but once it is brought under the control of the central authorities, nobody calculates the costs of production on the grounds that it does not matter much if the mine is running at a loss, since the state can compensate for the loss. Such things do not happen in the Soviet Union or in the United States, France, or other capitalist countries. Even the Kuomintang did not dare to behave this way. Although it had many corrupt officials, the Kuomintang managed enterprises better than we do. Many of the national capitalists in China have made their fortunes through hard work, and they are doing better at running enterprises than we do. When I came here last time, I heard that there were 13 joint state-private factories whose workshops and workers' living quarters were old and whose directors lived in humble houses. I suggested that the Xi'an Municipal Party Committee organize a visit to those factories for comrades of the state-run enterprises. I also suggested that comrades of the Provincial Party Committee visit Shanghai, where some enterprises with economical and practical facilities really owe their success to their hard work. Such a visit may help you change your way of thinking, because these enterprises have a wealth of valuable experience for you to emulate. People managing large enterprises, those managing the central ones in particular, should take care not to be rash and go in for new, large projects and stateliness in disregard of China's reality. They should do things simply and economically, practicing economy and working hard with perseverance. In my opinion, economy can be truly practiced only under socialism. In Lanzhou I visited a factory where everything was very simple, including its equipment and the director's office, yet the factory turned out quite good products. Of course, I am not suggesting that all enterprises follow this example, except that this spirit is worth emulating. There are also many problems in city planning. Planning is a necessity, it would be improper for us not to do it. The problem is how. In planning, too, we must adopt a correct guiding concept, because improper planning may lead to enormous waste. It is said that the urban plan for Xi'an has already accounted for all the space in the city. In fact, there is still plenty of empty space and nobody knows when it will be filled. I have noticed that the workshops of some cotton mills and factories of the Second Ministry of Machine Building Industry are located quite far from each other. As the mills and factories cover large areas, a lot of money has to be spent for their construction. Where the bone projects and the flesh projects are concerned, we have been building new, large flesh projects, too. It is true that in the past we did not pay enough attention to the flesh projects when making city plans, failing to set up enough service trades, such as stores and barber shops, as we should have. This question must be solved now. It would be inappropriate not to solve it, for this is a question related to the system. However, it must be emphatically pointed out that although a large amount of money was allocated for such projects, the money was inappropriately used. From now on, we should build more projects with less money. As far as the central authorities are concerned, they have failed to pay enough attention to flesh projects. The local authorities, for their part, should pay more attention to using their money appropriately, I am afraid. On this visit I have gone to many places and noticed that in some of them a lot of money was spent on nothing. To be frank, Lanzhou made a better impression on me than Xi'an. I saw a lot of simple facilities in Lanzhou. For example, theaters there also serve as cinemas with quite comfortable seats. It took only 100,000 yuan, and sometimes even less, to build such a theater. As a matter of fact, building one less large, elegant theater will make it possible for us to build many smaller, simpler ones that are laid out more proportionately in the city. As ours is a large country, we do need some marvelous facilities to demonstrate the new look of the country. I am not totally against this, but such facilities should not be too great in number. I feel that we already have too many of them, and we should definitely stop setting up any more. As long as we bear this in mind and build more simpler facilities, we shall be able to solve the question of flesh projects and spend our money on the badly needed projects, such as sewers. In Xi'an there are more than a few cinemas and theaters, but none is in the industrial district, so that those who want to see plays have difficulty finding a theater, and where theaters are located, there are few patrons. The layout of theaters is obviously irrational. There are many simple shops in the Qinzhuangmiao area of Xi'an, why not have more Qinzhuangmiaos in the industrial district? Are people not complaining that transportation represents a large problem? If our urban facilities are laid out properly, that is, if we are to set up more simple stores and barbershops in densely populated areas, the traffic problem will be solved. Where there are people, there is a need for schools. Building fewer large schools will make it possible for us to build more smaller ones. In short, these are all questions concerning the guiding concept of city planning and the guiding concept for handling the relationship between the bone projects and the flesh projects. The guiding concept for our economic development should consist of the following. First, to face up to the actual conditions of the country. We should never divorce ourselves from China's actual conditions. What is dogmatism? It is divorce from reality. Experience is a good thing, but it can turn into a bad thing if we learn the wrong lessons from it. A lot of the experience of the Soviet Union is good, but it would be disastrous if we emulate it in a dogmatic way. We must not forget for a moment the fact that ours is a poor country beset with difficulties. It is precisely because we are poor that we emphasize the need to increase production and practice economy. We must face up to the actual conditions of the country and take economy, practicality, and attractiveness into account in the course of development. Premier Zhou Enlai talked about this question as early as in 1953. Some comrades stress the need of attractiveness, which is good, of course, everybody likes attractive things. However, it should not be overemphasized at the expense of economy and practicality, or without regard to what is actually possible. It is all right if something is not very attractive. We can take care of that in future, when we are rich enough, but for now we should concentrate on economy and practicality. Second, to face the needs of the masses. We tend to neglect the needs of the masses when considering things. There are different views prevalent today. People are pursuing a variety of isations, including communization, to the neglect of the needs of the masses. Instead of trying to solve easy problems, they spend money where they should not. They do not pay enough attention to solving the problems of concern to the masses that can be solved with a small amount of money or even without spending any money. We should consider the needs of the masses in the course of development, finding out what their problems are and helping them solve these problems. We should do the same when we build schools, set up cultural and recreational centers, and solve problems in the relationship between the bone projects and the flesh projects. It should be noted that in the past our party was successful in leading economic development, but it has slackened its efforts over recent years, spending money in disregard of the country's actual conditions and the masses' needs. In addition, our propagandists are always saying that our country is very beautiful and wealthy. Some students and young workers are creating disturbances because they think the state had done too little to satisfy their needs and has been unfair to them. Some cadres share their sentiments. After working in the city, they are unwilling to go down to the countryside. Our country is poor, but people are trying to make it appear very rich. Therefore, I suggest that simple facilities be set up purposefully in the neighborhood of high buildings here in Xi'an, which may help educate the young. In short, in economic development we must not divorce ourselves from reality and the actual living standards of the masses. Looking back on our past, I should say that first, our achievements have been great and we should do even better tomorrow, and second, mistakes are unavoidable. This is not meant as negative criticism, so do not feel disheartened. Those mistakes cannot be blamed on any one individual, the central authorities should be the first to blame. We have spent money to gain experience that is rather dear. We shall have to do it in future, but we should try to buy much more experience with much less money. Excerpt from a report delivered at a meeting of cadres in Xi'an. 31. The Communist Party must accept supervision. April 8, 1957. The party and party members should be subject to supervision, a point which was emphasized at the party's 8th National Congress. Recently Chairman Mao stressed in particular that a set of rules and regulations should be formulated for the convenience of supervision. He said that we should allow others to challenge us with opposing views, because this is better than acting alone. Our party is the ruling party and enjoys high prestige. A good many of our cadres hold leading posts. In China, who is in a vulnerable position to make big mistakes? None other than the Chinese Communist Party. When it makes such mistakes, the effects are most widespread, so the party should be particularly careful. The party's leadership position is stipulated in the Constitution. If the party wants to exercise good leadership, it should constantly overcome subjectivism, bureaucratism, and sectarianism, accept supervision and expand democracy within the party and the state. If we do not accept supervision or work to expand democracy within the party and the state, we shall surely cut ourselves off from the masses and make big mistakes. If we handle affairs behind closed doors, rest content with our long years of experience and refuse to listen with an open mind to opinions from the masses and non-party people, we are most likely to become uninformed and consider problems in a one-sided way, thus inevitably making mistakes. That is why Chairman Mao has been repeatedly stressing this matter ever since our victory in the revolution. This shows his keen foresight. The supervision I have just mentioned comes from three sources. First, supervision by party organizations. As far as party members are concerned, supervision by party organizations is the most direct supervision. Stricter demands should be made on party and youth league activities, that is, the party and youth league organizations should exercise stricter supervision over their members respectively. Second, supervision by the masses. The masses' supervision over the party and party members should be expanded. Third, supervision by the democratic parties and Democrats without party affiliation. It is also necessary to expand their supervision over the Communist Party and its members. With supervision from these sources, we shall become more prudent and better informed, and we can prevent ossified thinking and avoid being one-sided in our approach to problems. It is not good for party members to be either too cautious or too bold. It is always better for them to stand in awe of the party, the masses, and the democratic parties. It is better to be ever prudent. With regard to the masses, democracy should be expanded in all respects. We should see that the People's Congress and the Political Consultative Conference hold their sessions successfully. It is of great benefit to hold fruitful sessions of the People's Congresses and Political Consultative Conferences at all levels. The recent session of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference was a success. The participants spoke out freely and put forward many useful suggestions. Democracy should also be expanded in the management of factories, mines, and other enterprises. This was emphasized in the directive issued recently by the Central Committee on dealing with workers' and students' strikes. Workers' congresses should be instituted and their role strengthened. This requires expanded supervision by the masses in factories, mines, and other enterprises. The resolution of the party's 8th National Congress touched only one aspect of the question, that is, the system of the factory director assuming full responsibility under the leadership of the party committee. The recent directive on handling workers' and students' strikes stressed the other aspect, the system of supervision by the masses under the leadership of the party committee. Now we have two systems, one, from the top, the system of the factory director assuming full responsibility under party committee leadership, and the other, from the bottom, the system of supervision by the masses under party committee leadership. Supervision by the masses is all for the good of leading comrades in factories, mines, and other enterprises, making them act more prudently. Supervision by the masses can help arouse their initiative and encourage them to contribute many good suggestions. I have heard, however, that administrative leaders in quite a number of factories, mines, and other enterprises are still not convinced why they should be supervised by the masses. They always seem to feel that, without supervision, they can issue orders at will and can act arbitrarily without hindrance. The fact that a considerable number of leading comrades remain unconvinced shows how essential and vital this supervision is. In rural areas we should also expand democracy, running cooperatives democratically. The tendency of rural cadres towards authoritarianism stems from the undemocratic working style of leaders at higher levels. With rigid planning, compulsion is almost unavoidable. In Shaanxi province the peasants are complaining, saying, "You try to have a finger in every pie." When we were in southern Shaanxi, we found that the local authorities had decided that cotton plants be topped on the 5th day of the 8th lunar month, except those not up to the specified height. Cadres measured the plants in the cotton fields with rulers. Those who followed the instructions gathered only 300 kilograms of cotton per hectare, whereas those who did not follow the instructions gathered 375 kilograms. How can this be called a progressive measure? This is misuse of the party's prestige. The peasants had no alternative but to follow the party's call. If this sort of thing happens only occasionally, the masses can put up with us, but they will not if it goes on and on like that. Democracy should also be increased in schools. Trade unions of teachers and administrative staff as well as student unions should have roles to play so that the opinions of the teachers, administrative staff, and students can all be heard. School leaders should try to solicit their opinions. Promoting democracy will not hamper unified leadership. Does our army not lay particular stress on centralism? We also practiced democracy in fighting in the past. Did that hamper our unified command and leadership? Only by maintaining a strong unity between higher and lower levels can things be done easily. In fact, the masses are quite tolerant of difficulties and mistakes as long as they are involved in activities. Conversely, if we simply issue orders, they will be unhappy even if we handle matters correctly. Therefore, it is very important to broaden democracy in all endeavors and increase supervision by the masses. The policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision between the Communist Party and the Democratic parties and that of letting 100 flowers blossom and 100 schools of thought contend have already been explained by Chairman Mao, and I have nothing to add. I just want to say that quite a few people within our party are not convinced about these policies and do not understand their advantages. These policies are extremely important to our country and highly advantageous to our party and to the development of Marxism-Leninism. If we do not let 100 flowers blossom and 100 schools of thought contend, our thinking will become rigid and our Marxist theory will decline. Only by doing so, by enabling people to express their different views and argue, can we further develop Marxism and dialectical materialism. In this regard, Stalin made some mistakes, because the policy he formulated was too rigid and oversimplified. As a result, Marxism declined for a period of time in the Soviet Union. The policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision has the same advantages. It is better to have supervision than not, and it is better to let everybody contribute ideas than to let only a few people do so. The Communist Party approaches problems from one angle, while the Democratic parties approach problems and can contribute their ideas from a different angle. This will serve to bring up more problems and have them solved more comprehensively. It will facilitate decision-making, the principles and policies thus formulated will be more appropriate, and even troubles that crop up can be remedied more easily. Therefore, we should all try to see the merit of these policies. Is it not true that disturbances are now breaking out in some places? Is it not true that some people are advocating greater democracy? Somehow, some young people believe greater democracy can solve the problem. We are not in favor of having greater democracy. It can be prevented, provided there is lesser democracy. Without lesser democracy there would have to be greater democracy, because the masses need to find outlets for their anger. Our idea is to provide places for the masses to vent their anger, places for them to speak their mind and places to make appeals. The suggestions of the masses fall into the following categories: some are reasonable and should be accepted and put into practice, it would be wrong to ignore them, which would be bureaucratic. Others may be basically reasonable, in which case the reasonable part should be put into effect and explanations offered concerning the part that cannot be put into effect. Still others may be totally unreasonable, in which case we should explain to the masses why. In brief, the masses should have plenty of opportunity to air their views, offer suggestions, and give vent to their anger at people's congresses, political consultative conferences, workers' congresses, students' congresses, and so forth. Greater democracy can be avoided if there is lesser democracy. Nobody would demand greater democracy and no workers or students would go on strike once the masses have vented their anger and every effort has been made to solve their problems. We do not advocate greater democracy, for it is not a good thing. Hungary tried it, and it will take several years for it to recover. It is the people who have suffered. The same thing happened in Poland, and it will also take quite a long time for that country to recover. So, let us hope no greater democracy will be practiced here. It is not worthy of emulation. However, since there will always be people guilty of gross bureaucratism, occasional disturbances are unavoidable. This still is no cause for alarm. In such situations we should just stay calm and try to face the masses, rely on them and explain things to them painstakingly. Then, disturbances will subside. If we do what I have just said, our party will be able to continue exercising leadership and will not be overthrown, because we are among the masses, not being sectarian in relation to them and non-party people, not being bureaucratic towards the masses, or being subjectivist in handling matters. If our party was able to exercise good leadership in the past, it will be able to do so in the future as well. Whether the Communist Party possesses the qualifications to exercise leadership depends on the party itself. Whether other people recognize our qualification is another story, but even if they do not, it is no cause for alarm. We would be qualified even if they don't think so, just as we would not be qualified even if they think we are. In the final analysis, this depends on ourselves. Does the Communist Party have the ability to lead the schools at the present time? And what about science? I am afraid that at present it is not capable yet. In Chairman Mao's words, it is able, and at the same time unable, to exercise such leadership. As to the party's political leadership, which is laid down in the Constitution, it seems that it does not present a problem, but not all party members are capable of that. If the Communist Party practices sectarianism, subjectivism, and bureaucratism in leading others, it will be unable to exercise leadership no matter how much it says it can. Without correct methods and thinking, it cannot lead or rally the people around itself. Of course, the party knows little about any one specific branch of science. Therefore, it should ally itself with others to do such work. In short, whether the party is qualified for leadership depends on its thinking and work style. So long as the party and its members maintain close ties with the masses, accept their supervision, learn things with a modest attitude, do their work continually and conduct ideological and political work among the masses, our party will undoubtedly be able to lead national economic development to success, just as it did the revolution in the past. It will also learn how to carry out development and manage the economy in a fairly short time in order to turn China from a backward agricultural country into an advanced industrial country. Excerpt from a report delivered at a meeting of cadres in Xi'an. 32 Congratulatory speech delivered at the Third National Congress of the New Democratic Youth League of China. May 15, 1957. Dear Deputies and Comrades, 8 years have passed between the founding of the New Democratic Youth League of China in 1949 and the convocation of the current Third National Congress. During these years the Youth League, under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, has taken an active part in China's democratic revolution, socialist revolution, and great socialist construction. Through its own work, the Youth League has proved itself to be a standard bearer of the fine sons and daughters of the motherland and a capable assistant to the party on all fronts. With the basic completion of socialist transformation, our motherland has now entered a new historic period, and the youth movement will also enter this period. As a symbol of this historic change, the new Democratic Youth League of China will be renamed the Communist Youth League of China at the present Congress. On behalf of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, I should like to extend the warmest congratulations to you. Changing the name to the Communist Youth League for our advanced contingent of the youth not only brings radiant glory to the entire membership of the Youth League but also places an even more arduous task on the shoulders of the Chinese youth. This task is, under the leadership of the party, to imbue the younger generation with the spirit of communism and unite all the young people to work enthusiastically for socialism in order to turn China into a great industrial socialist country in the shortest possible time and prepare the ground for the realization of communism in the future. Comrades, this will be our task for a long time to come, and it is not a bit easier or lighter than our revolutionary tasks were in the past. We should not fail to recognize that our country has been economically backward, vast numbers of people still live in poverty, we are besieged by imperialist powers and we have numerous other difficulties. Unless we unite the people throughout the country and fully arouse their initiative, unless we work industriously and practice thrift, we cannot succeed in socialist construction. Faced with this arduous task, our Communist Youth League members must be utterly loyal to the motherland and the people, and stand together with the party at the forefront of this great struggle, keeping close ties with all the people, including the youth, and persevering in a long-term, arduous struggle at their various posts. Comrades, we cannot create a happy life under socialism without working very hard. We should participate in labor and, in particular, we should take an active part in the manual labor of industrial and agricultural production, because manual labor is the basis for the existence and development of society and is the glorious obligation of the overwhelming majority of people. The despising of manual labor, a vestige of the ideology of the exploiting classes, is an obstacle to the progress of our new society. To prove themselves worthy of the name of advanced communist fighters, our Youth League members must combat views that belittle labor in general and manual labor in particular. Moreover, with their own exemplary deeds they should urge vast numbers of young people to join them at the forefront of manual labor. They should become a shock brigade on the labor front of socialist construction, one worthy of the people's trust. The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party hereby pays tribute to all youths on the industrial and agricultural production front. They are in the daring vanguard in building socialism in our country and creating a happy life for the people. We hope that they will exert great efforts to increase production and practice economy and splendidly accomplish their task. We hope that the youth and students throughout the country will study diligently, preparing to participate in productive labor, primarily in manual labor, for national development. Young people engaged in mental work should also undergo a period of manual labor, which is essential to their all-round development, morally, intellectually and physically. Youth League cadres should not separate themselves from production activities unless it is necessary for them to do so. Those who cannot take part in such activities should try to find time to do some manual labor. This is of great benefit in maintaining contact with the masses and tempering oneself. In order to better fulfill socialist construction under the party's leadership, all members of the Chinese Communist Youth League should continually study hard. They should integrate their efforts to build up the country with their diligent study of Marxism-Leninism, enhancement of their understanding of communism, and elimination of the influence of bourgeois ideology and all other erroneous ideas. They should work hard to master various skills and incessantly raise their educational, scientific, and technological levels. Youth League members should inspire other young people to respect the older generation and learn all kinds of useful skills from them. As close assistants to the Chinese Communist Party, members of the Communist Youth League should also learn how to rally the broadest possible masses of youth around them and march forward with them. They should not only know how to unite with advanced youth, but with all patriotic youth, including those not yet in favor of the communist way of looking at the world. Then they can all pull together to work for the cause of socialism in our country. The Communist Youth League should set right any sectarian tendencies in its own ranks that tend to separate it from the masses, and try its best to form a close association with all the patriotic youth of China and become their center of strength. To attain this goal, it is definitely necessary to encourage modesty and combat conceit and complacency. Every youth league member must try to help others by all possible means, without worrying about his own loss. To be the first to bear hardship and the last to enjoy comfort is our credo. Comrades, the task confronting you is extremely difficult, but the Chinese Communist Party firmly believes that the Youth League members and the rest of the youth of China will undoubtedly be able to surmount all the obstacles in their path to fulfill their glorious task with flying colors. This is because the youth of China have not only the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and the support of the democratic parties and patriots without party affiliation, but also their own glorious revolutionary tradition. The youth of China performed their duties very well in the long years of revolutionary struggle of the past and in construction of recent years. They are not afraid of making sacrifices, they meet difficulty and hardship head-on, they love labor and are well behaved. Our Communist Youth League members not only need to continue this glorious tradition but also develop it further under new historic circumstances. It should be noted that though the people who have grown up under favorable conditions following victory in the revolution are full of vigor and vitality, this generation also has its weaknesses. Many of them tend to regard things as very easy, try to shirk difficulty and are reluctant to bear hardship or do hard work. They sometimes make excessive and rash demands for better material benefits. The blame for this situation, however, lies not with the youth themselves, but with the party and the league that have not explained things clearly enough to them. If we can improve ideological education of young people in future, explaining to them clearly the actual conditions of the country and the only way to a bright future, encouraging healthy trends such as enthusiasm for hard work and combating unhealthy trends such as selfishness, and make every effort to correct the errors of bureaucratism, sectarianism, and subjectivism in our work, we shall certainly be able to help the vast numbers of young people to conscientiously overcome their weaknesses, so that they will courageously and happily take up their militant tasks. Comrades, Comrade Mao Zedong once said, "We are now engaged in a great and most glorious cause, never undertaken by our forefathers." The exemplary action and creative spirit of Youth League members will play an important role in this extremely great and glorious cause. If our youth want a brilliant page to be written for them in the annals of successes for socialist construction, they must be honest and diligent, guard against conceit and rashness, practice economy and industriousness, and unite all forces possible to create a happily life through hard work. We should draw on the advanced experience of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies and on the strong points of people in countries all over the world. We should join with the people of the socialist countries, headed by the Soviet Union, and with all the other peace-loving people of the world. Work hard to build up our motherland. Assiduously study Marxism-Leninism, study science, and acquire more general knowledge. Long live the great unity of all the youth of China. Long live the great unity of peace-loving youth all over the world. 33. Education should be made universal and educational standards raised. April 7, 1958. At this meeting we should concentrate on discussing the question of primary and secondary schools. On the whole, efforts to make education universal and eliminate illiteracy are proceeding well, the work-study program is being carried out vigorously and vocational secondary schools are developing rapidly. These are all good things which have only come about in the past few years. We should now review our experience, make appropriate adjustment and solve the problems which have arisen. Making education universal and raising educational standards are the main issues needing to be addressed in the field of education. Our policy in this regard is that education should be made universal and educational standards raised and that we should not overemphasize one to the neglect of the other. If we only make education universal without raising educational standards, our science and culture cannot progress rapidly. If we only raise the standards of education without making it universal, the needs of the country in various spheres cannot be met. Socialist construction requires well-educated workers, and all workers need to be educated. When education has been made universal and when the cultural and scientific level of the masses has been raised, there will be more inventions and innovations. We should adhere to the principle of walking on two legs at all times, raising the standards of education on the basis of making education universal, and making education universal under the guidance of the raising of standards. Making education universal seems easy, but raising educational standards is difficult. Under no circumstances should we neglect the quality of instruction at vocational secondary schools. A few graduates from such schools should be able to go to colleges. It is impossible for vocational secondary schools to raise their standards of education if they still offer such a small range of courses. Schools of all types which have already been built should not lower the quality of their instruction. Improving the quality of instruction is related to the number of students. Schools should make fullest use of instructional facilities to enroll more students, but the quality of instruction should not be lowered as a result. Schools which can both enroll more students and ensure the quality of instruction are the successful ones. In carrying out the work-study program, we should pay attention to the same things. The wording concerning work-study program in the 60 articles on working methods is a careful one. According to the articles, the work-study program should not be implemented in all schools, and only vocational secondary and technical schools are required to be self-supporting or partly self-supporting with their students participating in the work-study program. The other schools are not required to do so. Only the students in these schools are required to take part in manual labor. Vocational secondary schools should definitely be carrying out work-study programs. More vocational secondary schools should be set up in cities, and quite a number of such schools can be partly or wholly self-supporting. Other schools should provide students with the opportunity to do manual labor. Manual labor is also a kind of training, a political and ideological course. In considering this question, one must keep the three things in mind. First, it is essential for students to take part in labor. Second, the amount of labor should be appropriate. Third, the students are capable of doing labor. Secondary schools may, according to their current conditions, build small farms or small workshops where students can take turns working, or have their students go to the countryside to work as their contribution to society. Taking part in labor should be included in the curriculum, with half a day set aside for labor every week. The main objective is to help students cultivate good work habits and strengthen their collective spirit. In addition, students can earn a little income through labor. With the money they earn, they can also help poor students. But we should not turn such a kind of labor into a profession, nor should we consider earning money as the sole purpose of labor. If we encourage the students to make money, they will be prone to compete in their own interests. It is impossible for secondary school students in the cities to carry out the work-study program, because they are too young and they don't have many social connections that can help them find suitable work to do. Schools which are in a position to be partly or wholly self-supporting may undertake this program, provided that it doesn't interfere with the students' study. In a word, schools should ensure that the quality of their instruction is improved. Otherwise, they cannot be considered as successful ones. The Chengdu meeting decided not to reduce the total amount of educational funds and the portion allocated to each province. All provinces should try to accomplish more with their portion of the funds, but the quality of instruction is guaranteed. Equipment necessary for teaching should not be reduced. We should not exercise too strict control over the use of educational funds. One principle we should adhere to in economizing on educational funds is that the quality of instruction should not be affected as a result. If the quality of instruction is lowered, the consequences will be obvious in a few years when universities and colleges find it difficult to enroll enough students. Close attention should be paid to the quality of teachers. The quality of teachers in institutions of higher learning and secondary schools should not be lowered. In recent years, a good many schools have been set up, which is a good thing. At the moment, there is no need to worry too much about whether the teachers in these schools are qualified or not. Adjustments and improvements can be made gradually. Of course, the establishment of so many vocational secondary schools raises the question as to how we should run the institutions of higher learning in the future. Some countries have suffered from the poor quality of primary and secondary schools. At any rate, we must ensure that we have quite a number of students who study the basic courses well. Otherwise, we shall suffer a lot in the future. In publicizing the importance of the need to make education universal and raise educational standards, as Chairman Mao put it, we should be warm-hearted and cool-headed. The main thing we should do now is not to set targets but to take measures. So long as those measures are practicable, we shall not be labeled opportunists. The provincial government of Henan province has planned to make primary school education universal in the province in 1 year, and I think it is better to say in 2 years. It doesn't matter if this plan cannot be fulfilled in 2 years. It is nothing to be ashamed of and should not be considered as being opportunist. We do not require all provinces to follow the example of Henan province. So long as we are warm-hearted and take effective measures, it will be all right if we fulfill the plan a couple of years late. The Ministry of Education should have the local authorities take charge of a fairly large part of primary and secondary schools. Each province is to decide how many schools it can administer in the light of its actual conditions. The Ministry of Education does not need to interfere in the matter. But it is responsible for teaching materials. It is inconceivable that our country has not a set of unified teaching materials for secondary schools. The Ministry of Education itself does not necessarily compile teaching materials for primary and secondary schools. It can pool the efforts of various localities to do so. The Ministry of Education should work out ideas and plans with regard to the teaching materials and educational system. It should also grasp typical examples, review advanced experience and disseminate it. By so doing we can promote the development of education in our country. Speech at a meeting on education held by the Secretariat of the Central Committee of the CPC. 34 Correctly disseminate Mao Zedong thought. March 25, 1960. I have discussed the dissemination of Mao Zedong thought in Shandong and Tianjin and later discussed the subject with other comrades of the central leading bodies. Yesterday I mentioned this matter to Chairman Mao and he agreed with the following views. First, the major problem at present is that Mao Zedong thought has been vulgarized. Every success is being attributed to Mao Zedong thought. For instance, when a shop does a greater volume of business, people say it is a development of Mao Zedong thought, and Mao Zedong though is even said to be applicable to table tennis. Second, people say little about Marxism-Leninism. This tendency can be found to varying degrees in more than a few newspapers. Who do we need to raise this question? Because Mao Zedong thought, if we understand it correctly, involves two aspects: one, upholding and safeguarding Marxism-Leninism, and the other, developing Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought and Marxism-Leninism are one and the same thing. Mao Zedong thought not only adheres to the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism, but also adds much new content to the treasure house of Marxism-Leninism. Therefore, we should not separate Mao Zedong thought from Marxism-Leninism as if the two were different things. In disseminating Mao Zedong thought, we must follow the directive of the Central Committee, attaching equal importance to studying Marxism-Leninism and studying the works of Comrade Mao Zedong. Of course, we may mention Mao Zedong thought alone, but we should never forget the fundamental teaching, Marxism-Leninism. Recently some comrades suggested that Mao Zedong thought serve as the guide for the study of political economies. It is true that Comrade Mao Zedong has developed the theory on political economics. However, the theories of Marx and Engels or Capital should always be used as the guide for studying capitalism at its initial and developing stages, and Lenin's imperialism, the final stage of capitalism for studying imperialism. In the study of socialism, Lenin and Stalin as well as Comrade Mao Zedong have made important contributions to its development. Therefore, Mao Zedong thought cannot be regarded as the sole guide for studying political economics. What if someone should ask you which works of Mao Zedong's would best serve as a guide for studying imperialism? It would be hard to give a definite reply. Of course, Comrade Mao Zedong has contributed to the exposition of imperialism, adding such ideas as the thesis that imperialism is a paper tiger. However, capital and imperialism, the final stage of capitalism, have already dealt with the basic theories concerning capitalism and imperialism. How to regard Mao Zedong thought is a serious matter of principle. We should see to it that Mao Zedong thought is not vulgarized, which would bring harm to ourselves and to the international communist movement. The Central Committee has issued a directive concerning the dissemination of Mao Zedong thought. It will issue another one when more material has been gathered. The banner of Mao Zedong thought should be held aloft. However, if we lay stress on Mao Zedong thought to the neglect of Marxism-Leninism, it may seem as if we are building it up, but we are actually diminishing its importance. The question of collective leadership should also be discussed at appropriate meetings. Our party practices collective leadership, and Comrade Mao Zedong is representative of this collective leadership and leader of our party. His position and role are different from those of ordinary members of the collective leadership. However, we should never separate him from the Central Committee. We should regard him as a member of the party's collective leadership and appraise his role in the party in a realistic manner. Comrade Mao Zedong himself values collective leadership. He said yesterday that the wording used for the dissemination of Mao Zedong thought should accord with reality lest it become untenable. We should disseminate Mao Zedong thought in this spirit. Excerpt from a speech given at the Tianjin meeting of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 35 Encourage thorough and meticulous work. October 23, 1961. Your present conference has been very successful. Comrade Hu Xiaoping made a good summary of the work done by the Youth League over the past few years, and I agree with it. At a meeting of the Secretariat of the Party Central Committee, I said that, on the whole, we had kept to the correct line in the past few years. We have achieved a great deal but also made many mistakes. We should draw lessons from our mistakes and take these lessons seriously. You are not being held responsible for the mistakes made in those years. Comrade Xiaoping said that you should be held partly responsible for the tendency towards effecting a premature leap towards communism. As the Youth League organizations at all levels have been working hard under the leadership of the party committees at various levels over the years, as have all the party organizations, it is not for you to bear the major responsibility for the mistakes and shortcomings. However, it will be to your benefit to look into them. Anyway, the Youth League should keep in mind the lessons drawn by the party. At this conference, you have had more discussion on how the Youth League should do its work, and some questions in this connection have been clarified. Now I should like to raise a question concerning the leadership of the Youth League. As has been done in the past few years and confirmed at this conference, the work of the Youth League organizations comprises no more than two aspects. 1. Under the leadership of the party committees at the corresponding levels, to take an active part in various kinds of work of the party and the state. 2. Do their own specific work. The Youth League should have its own system of leadership. This point was not made very clear in the past, and it is best to make is clear at this time. For instance, in carrying out a directive given by the Central Committee of the Youth League committees at various levels should consult with party committees at the corresponding levels so that the latter can make unified arrangements as to when and how to implement this directive in light of local conditions. In this way the League's system of leadership can be combined with the party's unified leadership. The Youth League's system of leadership should not function entirely the same way as it did before. For instance, did the Youth League not independently issue calls to conduct nationwide movements? Yes, perhaps it did. Some calls issued in the past were necessary and we do not want to deprive the Youth League of the right to issue its own calls to the youth throughout the country. The question is when and how and on what matters to issue calls, and we should also examine which calls are correct and which are not. These questions should be considered not only by the League but also by the party. For example, the party once issued a call nationwide to experiment with high-yield farm plots, which was answered by organizations of the Youth League and of the Women's Federation, but the results were not satisfactory. We are all aware of this experience. Of course, you are not entirely to blame because you acted in response to the call of the party. We have seen many such cases in recent years. In another example, the Youth League called on young people to plant trees, which was not a bad idea. The problem was that it was done only by Youth League members and, moreover, the Youth League organization did not provide effective leadership over this job. Consequently, the survival rate of saplings was very low, which should teach us a lesson. When newspapers of youth issue calls through editorials, these should not be general calls, they should also specifically tell young people the correct approach to carrying them out. In this way the calls may achieve good results. There are many things for which the Youth League can call on the youth to work hard. For instance, it should attend to the study of youth. Speaking of studying, compulsion used in the past should be abandoned, since it did not yield good results. In short, it should analyze what it has done in this area, and should not ignore the specific demands and problems of young people. So, it follows that the League has many things to do and should have its own sphere of responsibility. When it comes to work which should be done nationwide, the Central Committee of the Youth League should consult with the Party Central Committee. As to tasks to be fulfilled in a specific province, the Provincial League Committee should consult with the Provincial Party Committee. The purpose of this is to obtain their approval and support. If you can win their approval and support, you will be more successful in your work than if you do not. This is nothing new to you, I am sure. What work should the Youth League do, then? Should it do more or less work? It should do more, of course. Should it play a greater or lesser role? It should play a greater role, without doubt. Should it do ideological work among more people or less people? It should do it among more people. Let's put it this way, if League members play an exemplary role in all fields of endeavor where a large number of older and younger people work together, we can consider that they have done more work, played a greater role and done ideological work among more people. In this way, you will exert an influence first of all on the young people and then on the older people. Naturally, this kind of work is not performed in an atmosphere bustling with activity. Such an atmosphere deserves care analysis. Some people present here today have probably worked in the Taihang Mountains or in the Hebei Shandong Henan area. In the Hebei Shandong Henan area, work was done in a much more exciting atmosphere than in the Taihang Mountains, where work was performed meticulously. Maybe, it would have been better if there had been a bit excitement in the Taihang Mountains. In the final analysis, however, the meticulous and thorough work there achieved great results and few soldiers deserted. Of course, it would be wrong to completely deny the need of a vigorous and dynamic atmosphere. However, we cannot be successful in our work if we only seek such an atmosphere to the neglect of thorough and meticulous work. The success of our cause invariably calls for elaborate care, without which we can accomplish nothing. Did the success of our cause come from the efforts of only a few inventive minds? We can say these people did make greater contributions to it than others, and sometimes one person can play as great a role as many other people combined. In the final analysis, however, the completion of a task calls for the cumulative efforts of everyone. This is fundamental. According to the interpretation given consistently by our party and Chairman Mao, following the mass line means following the principle from the masses, to the masses, concentrating the ideas of the masses and seeing to it that the correct ones are translated into action by the masses. This means correctly reflecting the opinions of the masses before exercising correct leadership over them. Since the party's correct line and policies come from the ideas of the masses, reflect the demands of the masses, accord with their actual situation and are therefore realistic, they can be accepted by the masses and can mobilize them, and the party can, in turn, guide the masses in their actions. This is what following the mass line means. It involves the use of various forms, including a bustling atmosphere. We are not going to do away with such an atmosphere. For instance, we are soon going to begin a movement against backdoor dealings in the commercial sphere. The number of petty thieves and young hoodlums has been increasing lately, and this problem cannot be solved without carrying out a movement. Instead of being lenient, we should be strict in handling cases of backdoor dealings. We should say that our social conduct was excellent before 1959, for which foreigners praised us and we ourselves were proud. In the past 2 years, however, things have changed. This shows that as soon as we slacken our efforts, evil trends will crop up. So we cannot deny the need of a proper atmosphere for a certain length of time in which we can crack down an evil trend and perform a task successfully. Such an atmosphere is needed to solve nationwide problems and problems in an area or city as well. But in following the mass line, we should not rest content with this one method. The main thing is to do constant and thorough work, explaining things to people. We should do this work bit by bit before scoring magnificent achievements. Therefore, we must be a little more thorough in our work. From the history and traditions of our party we can see that the party has made use of this method in its work, but in essence it has been concentrating on doing a thorough job in the light of actual conditions. Why have we been so successful in our past work in the countryside? It was precisely because we did thoroughgoing work there. We were even able to accomplish some things without issuing a call through the newspapers. We were successful in the movement to ban opium smoking and opium trade, in agrarian reform and in suppression of counter-revolutionaries, all without making use of the newspapers. We did all this by making the movements known to every household and individual. This method of spreading the news by word of mouth brought about an atmosphere and called for most meticulous work. So what we actually did was meticulous and thorough work. We should do meticulous work in all fields of endeavor, in ideological work among the people, in all trades and professions, in agricultural and industrial production, and in the running of schools. We should do our work mostly among the masses living, pursuing various activities, chatting and playing chess with them while doing ideological work among them. We cannot put on airs as party and league members. This will be difficult, making it harder than ever to do our work meticulously. Of course, the easiest way would be to hold meetings, issue general calls and create excitement by beating drums and gongs, but how much can we achieve in this way? We should focus on day-to-day work. Is the shock role of youth still needed, then? Youth still do have this role to play. Can we ask them to play such a role? Yes, I think so. But we needn't ask them to do it too often. When faced with a new, urgent, and difficult task, a factory many wish to organize a youth shock team to help accomplish it. In such cases, I would be in favor of it. We have never objected to such a practice. In fact, we believe it is an effective way for young people to do their part. In agricultural production, I think is a good thing, not a bad thing, to organize a youth shock team to tackle a difficult problem. The question is how properly to make use of such teams. In other words, they should be used only when it is truly necessary, not in just any kind of work. Many things need to be done in society, and so there are many things for the Youth League to do. In recent years we have been getting the feeling that bourgeois ideology and the dregs of society invariably try to worm their way to the surface. It seems we are not sure of ourselves when we speak nowadays because we have failed to provide the people with good food, clothing, and shelter. Besides, in the past we boasted and exaggerated a bit too much and made left errors in some movements. This is a problem with both the party and the Youth League. Now that we have become alive to all this, we should have confidence in ourselves and improve our work. Are there not some young people involved in the growing number of hoodlums and backdoor dealings in the shops that I mentioned earlier? Public places such as the Beijing railway station have fallen in disorder. There are also some young people and even juveniles involved in this. These unhealthy practices demand our close attention. When we speak of rectifying things, this must also be included, as well as our style of work and thinking. This problem should be investigated and studied carefully everywhere. Conducting investigation and study is also part of following the mass line. Bad social conduct concerns the masses, a great number of them being dissatisfied with it and some of them having a part in it. In short, we should inculcate the young people with the spirit of communism. For this purpose, we should do more work and make more investigations. Social conduct was very good in the first 10 years after liberation, when we had true mass supervision and extensive mass movements and did thoroughgoing ideological work. Children had good manners, concerned themselves with collective undertakings and public order, and criticized anything which was incorrect. We should try to restore this healthy atmosphere. At present very few people are interested in doing this work, but gradually more and more people will rise to the occasion. We should guide people along the path of progress. We should make a point of fostering lofty, communist ideals. We are poor but we should maintain lofty ideals. The more difficulties we encounter, the higher our aspirations should be. It is essential to widely disseminate these ideas among young people. The party and the Youth League are now confronted with much work, and it is more difficult than ever for us to do it well. This is true at least at the present stage. It is easier for us to perform our tasks under a fresh atmosphere in which everybody is happy and in high spirit, but now that things are not going well, it is difficult to do our work. Under these circumstances we should especially do much more work and do it even more thoroughly. Talk given to the comrades attending a working conference of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Youth League. 36 Promote large numbers of young technicians. November 23, 1961. In the last few years we have not given much thought to our technicians, failing to make proper use of them. As a result, a great many technical personnel who have just entered the ranks cannot fully utilize their abilities. Many college graduates remain technicians on probation after they have worked for several years. Why can we not boldly promote them to engineers? How have returned students been employed? We must promote them no matter how scant our funds are. If they are not assigned to posts commensurate to their abilities, they will not be able to do much. By promoting these young people to higher positions with more responsibilities, thereby broadening their horizons, we can make better use of their talents and abilities. We should highly value our young people in their 20s and 30s. Many scientists in the world have come into prominence around the age of 30. If we do not begin to address the problem of training and promoting young people now, by the time they reach our age it will be too late. How many engineers and technicians have we trained over this period of more than 10 years since liberation? How many people have graduated from our universities and colleges? How many people in design institutes and enterprises should have been promoted? All ministries should investigate the situation in their subordinate units and then promote a large number of young people to engineer status. Enterprises and departments under the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry could add several thousand engineers to their staff, as could the Ministry of Railways, including those promoted from among outstanding workers. Research institutes can also have engineers. This work should be undertaken over this winter and next spring. This time we should promote as many people to the status of engineer as are qualified, not a few individuals. As I see it, we can have several tens of thousands of people to be promoted nationwide, but they must be carefully selected and appraised. Professional and technical competence will be the main criterion for promotion, but politically they must not be opposed to the Communist Party and must be loyal to the motherland. No party members will be promoted if they are not qualified professionally and technically. When necessary, exceptions can be made where a person can become an engineer without having to proceed from technician on probation to technician first. The newly promoted engineers should receive material benefits in line with the standards set for engineers, which means no more than a salary increase of a few dozens of yuan per person. Our chief problem today is the inefficient use of professional and technical forces. In most factories technicians are sitting idle because of poor organization of work. In some departments they are assigned to do administrative work that has nothing to do with their own field, and still others are even transferred to do manual labor or odds and ends for long periods of time. In future, when assigning work to college graduates, we should pay close attention to giving them work appropriate to their area of learning. Leading bodies at the various levels and of all trades, major factories, ministries, and commissions might consider the establishment of assessment committees. They should, without fail, exercise control over such matters as the number and background information of registered professional and technical personnel in their own units. They should assess the performance of college graduates every 2 years. In other words, they should see to it that no able people are overlooked. Personnel departments alone cannot do the job, they must rely on experts to examine and evaluate professional and technical levels. They should regularly provide opportunities for professional and technical people to pursue advanced studies and self-study, which will require setting up a system to implement. It seems we cannot go on without instituting the use of academic degrees, for which we can first work out a plan. Talk delivered at a meeting of the Secretariat of the CPC Central Committee after hearing a report on the 7-year plan of the metallurgical industry. 37. It is important to accomplish our day-to-day work. December 27, 1961. With regard to our mass work, our party has stressed the need to follow the mass line at some of its meetings. Following the mass line has been a very good tradition of our parties for a long time. Our work among the masses has always been thorough. Both when we were in the rural areas and after we won nationwide victory, we did all aspects of work well. I am not boasting in saying that some foreign political parties really believe in our mass line. In the past, we accomplished a great deal. Sometimes we got things done without publicizing them in newspapers. This did not mean that we failed to conduct extensive and thoroughgoing publicity. For example, we made known to every household our effort to improve public security and the general mood of society. We did this by relying on the leadership of the party and the day-to-day work of the mass organizations. Over the past few years, we have neglected our painstaking day-to-day work. This is the fault of the leadership of the party. The party does not have its own work, nor do the Youth League, the trade unions and the women's federations. The March 8 teams, youth teams, and children teams have all come to do ordinary work, ignoring the matters on which our people in all professions and trades should keep a tight grip. The Central Committee of the party will soon convene an unprecedented meeting on the work of the party to be attended by about 7,000 people. The party's work has been weakened to a great extent. This can be seen from the party's leadership over the work among women. Did we follow the mass line over the past few years? Yes, we did, but at least we also launched many mass movements against the will of the masses and in violation of the mass line. We are not evading these problems. It is also a good thing that we committed some follies. They have made us more aware that the traditions and experience of the party are valuable and that we should restore them and conduct our thoroughgoing and painstaking work bit by bit. All good things, such as the style of work and practices we used to have, should be restored. We should not retain the things which have been bragged about over the past few years but the good experience, work style, and practices we have accumulated for a long time. The principle of readjustment, consolidation, filling out and raising standards has been formulated mainly to tackle economic problems, but is also applicable to mass work. It will be appropriate if we do not cover up what we have done and proposed inappropriately and realistically review our experience. What is the day-to-day work among women? It is the special work that women's federations should be particularly responsible for. For example, the work of encouraging women to be industrious and thrifty in managing their households. We should stress the need both to build up the country through thrift and hard work and to be industrious and thrifty in managing a household. It is not right just to stress one of the two. Only when the country becomes powerful and prosperous can families become rich. We must first build up the country through thrift and hard work, and then we should manage our households well. We are now carrying out a 10-year plan, and we should keep the slogan for 10 years. This is due to the material foundation of our country. It is the special work of women's federations. Of course, men should also be industrious and thrifty in managing their households. But the publicity work should be mainly the responsibility of women's federations. You should conduct publicity among the men. It is a long-term task to advocate building up the country through thrift and hard work and being industrious and thrifty in managing our households. Promoting family harmony is also what we should always do. We should properly handle relations between husband and wife, between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, between sisters-in-law, and between parents and children. This has been women's day-to-day work for a long time. These problems are women's special problems and special work of women's federations. The education of children is also the responsibility of the father, but in general the mother assumes the major responsibility. Marital problems are often reported by women, and, generally speaking, women are the plaintiffs. As they are concerned with these problems, aren't these problems their special problems? Women's hygiene, the prevention and cure of diseases, midwifery and breastfeeding, etc., are women's special problems. It has been our tradition that no matter what work, including work among women, we do, we should do it thoroughly within the limits of our official duty, put forward specific measures in full accordance with the demands of the masses and help the masses to solve problems. By stressing the importance of day-to-day work, we do not mean to reject shock movements without exception. For example, the movement against the 3 evils, the movement against the 5 evils, the suppression of the counter-revolutionaries and the agrarian reform are shock movements. For another example, now it is our shock work to check floods. It is all right for us to make a concentrated effort sometimes to do some work among women quickly, but the day-to-day work is the foundation. Mass movements are only a form of the mass line and should not last all the year round. We cannot launch the same movement here and there. One should not copy the experience of someone else indiscriminately, but should instead be realistic. If we carry out movements all the year round, we tend to exaggerate and practice formalism, which is, in fact, against the will of the masses and divorced from the masses. In the final analysis, therefore, we should routinize the day-to-day work. A great deal of day-to-day work we do constitutes the most reliable foundation for shock movements. We can accomplish nothing without doing mass work for a long time. We won victory in the 3-year-long War of Liberation because we pooled all the forces by doing mass work for a long time. For example, when our army was preparing to cross the Yellow River, the masses gave us their door planks. As the door planks in the Hebei Shandong Henan area were not enough, the people in southern Hebei contributed theirs. Meanwhile, people did not have much to eat, but they gave their grain to the People's Liberation Army. That would not have been possible if we had not done work among the masses for a long time. The Kuomintang could hardly do what we did. The Communist Party has always maintained ties with the masses, doing things for their good, and the fundamental interests of the party and the masses coincide. The War of Liberation was the people's war, and only by relying on the people could we receive their support and win the war. At present, the stress of party and mass work should be put on routinizing the day-to-day work. At this meeting, the establishment of grassroots organizations has been proposed. This is a good proposal, and there should be more specific proposals. Our work must be done by grassroots organizations. We should also hold meetings of women and working conferences. We should do this at regular intervals, review our experience and discuss some problems every year. The system of day-to-day work should be restored, and without such a system, work cannot be done. What is our day-to-day work? If you do not make it clear, the party committees will not be able to put it on the agenda. They may call on you when they deem it necessary, for example, asking you to explain to the people why food is rationed. But they may not know what special problems to be handled. Therefore, the women's federations should tell the party committees what the special problems are. In a word, we should routinize our day-to-day work, including consolidating our organizations. To establish and improve grassroots organizations, we should have cadres at the grassroots level. I am in favor of your proposal that most communes should have full-time women cadres. The female leaders of communes with a small population can serve as women cadres concurrently, and they should do a good job as women cadres. It is necessary to have women cadres in charge of women's affairs. If you can routinize the day-to-day work in 3 years, it will be your greatest achievement. We should do this work conscientiously. Only by carrying out the grassroots and day-to-day work can we hopefully implement all of our slogans and principles. Otherwise, the calls we make and the directives we issue to lower levels will disappear forever like a stone dropped into the sea. Now people in all trades and professions are routinizing their day-to-day work. Of course, they are acting under the leadership of the party committees. They will accomplish nothing without the support of the party committees. As you are in charge of women's affairs, you should solve all problems that must be solved. As long as you often raise problems, air your views, put forward measures and get things done, how can the party committees not support you? Have you discussed the situation at the conference? In doing work among women, women must take charge of their own affairs, discuss major matters and widen their field of vision. Not only the cadres in charge of women's affairs but also ordinary women should be concerned about political affairs. Day-to-day work involves political and ideological work. To build up the country through thrift and hard work is something of great importance, which involves ideology. It is no good to pay attention only to the family to the neglect of the country. Women cadres should have the world in view, as should women in the rural areas. At all meetings we should discuss the situation. After listening to reports, we should air our views about them. This should become a regular practice. By so doing we are discussing ideological guidelines. But we are actually doing something concrete, too, because ideological understanding will manifest itself in reality and in people's enthusiasm for work. We must discuss major matters and should not narrow our vision. We should bear this in mind when training women cadres. In future, we should make a rule that women's federations at or above the county level should discuss major matters at their conferences. Excerpt from a speech to all the comrades attending the conference of the chairwomen of the women's federations of provinces, municipalities directly under the central government and autonomous regions. 38 Speech delivered at an enlarged working conference of the party Central Committee. February 6, 1962. Comrades. This meeting is of great significance. In his report, Comrade Liu Xiaoping reviewed our experience of the past 12 years, particularly the past 4 years, and put forward guiding principles for our future work and targets for the next 10 years. Comrade Mao Zedong's speech, especially with regard to democratic centralism, is of far-reaching significance to our party in reinforcing leadership and to different departments in fulfilling their tasks in the future. I fully agree with Comrade Liu Xiaoping's report and Comrade Mao Zedong's speech. Now I should like to discuss some problems concerning the party. One of the 3 major sections of Comrade Liu Xiaoping's report deals with problems concerning the party. I should like to add some opinions of my own. Ours is a party that has won victory in the revolution and is leading the state power. This party, as we have consistently maintained, is glorious, great and correct and is a Marxist-Leninist party worthy of the name. In the international arena our party is determined to hold aloft the banners of anti-imperialism, revolution and proletarian internationalism. At the same time, it has always held aloft the banner of world peace. In the final analysis, whether or not our party can fulfill its obligations in the world will depend primarily on whether or not we can make our domestic work a success. Success in national reconstruction and work in the various fields at home, in turn, hinges on leadership by our party. Can our party bear these unshirkable international obligations? Can it provide effective leadership for work in all spheres in China? I am sure the overwhelming majority of the comrades in our party will answer in the affirmative. In my view, our party has 5 strong points or advantages. First, a sound guiding ideology, represented by Mao Zedong thought. This is an ideology that integrates the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of China's revolution and development. Its correctness has been borne out by history. It was the guidance of Mao Zedong thought, not that of any other ideology, that led the Chinese Revolution to victory. In the years following that victory, it has also been thanks to the guidance of Mao Zedong thought that we have been able to achieve such noticeable successes in socialist construction and to continue on our triumphant advance. Second, a good party central committee with Comrade Mao Zedong as its leader. This has been proved by our experience over the past 27 years since the Zunyi meeting held in January 1935. Some comrades might argue, did the party central committee not have shortcomings and errors, too? Did Comrade Liu Xiaoping not admit in his report that the Central Committee should bear the primary responsibility for some shortcomings and errors in our work in recent years? Now, how do you reconcile this with your conclusion above? We maintain that no party Central Committee can be free from shortcomings and errors. The question is whether we can squarely face these problems and take a down-to-earth attitude towards them. This conference has provided proof of my statement that our Central Committee is a good one. During the conference, the Central Committee, acting on Marxist-Leninist principles, has carefully reviewed our experience and made criticism and self-criticism, adding to our achievements and correcting our mistakes. According to Lenin's standard, this is an indicator of a party's seriousness. Our party measures up to this standard. Comrade Liu Xiaoping focused his report on problems, especially on a host of shortcomings and mistakes made in our work over the past few years, after which he made some criticism and self-criticism and analyzed our experience. This was not easy to do. It is precisely because we are not afraid to seriously face up to problems and to take a realistic attitude towards them, saying it like it is, that we can conclude our party conforms to Lenin's standard and our Central Committee is a good one. Third, a large contingent of good backbone members, including a large number of activists who have just come to the fore. Although about 70 to 80% of its members joined the party after national liberation, they have all gone through the test of practical struggle, so the overwhelming majority of them are good. In particular, it should be pointed out that most of our cadres are good, and we have capable backbone cadres. Most of the chief ones at and above the level of county party committee or regimental rank in the army have gone through long years of revolutionary struggle. Most of the cadres at prefectural party committee level joined the party in the early days of the War of Resistance against Japan, while secretaries of county party committees mostly did so near the middle of the anti-Japanese war. Of course, there are some who joined later. As they have all weathered the storms, they are highly valuable. Our cadres have acquired 12 years of experience in socialist revolution and construction, including both positive and negative experience. The positive experience is very important, as is the negative. Comrade Liu Xiaoping commented in his report that we have increased our immunity as a result of the negative experience. Having tempered themselves in revolutionary struggles and acquired 12 years' experience in economic development, our cadres have become excellent mainstay of our party. Fourth, fine traditions and work style. Comrade Mao Zedong generalizes the work style as integrating theory with practice, maintaining close ties with the masses and making self-criticism, including, of course, criticism, or in Comrade Mao Zedong's brief words, a seeking truth from facts work style. Our party also has a tradition of holding high ideals and aspirations and of not fearing ghosts. Certainly, we must acknowledge that this tradition originated with Marx. Our party has always been adhering to this tradition. We should not relinquish it and become fearful of ghosts just because we have criticized our unrealistic notions and deeds in recent years. We should not be ready to see a snake in every rope just because we have discovered shortcomings and mistakes in our work. There are ghosts of various descriptions, one of which may be the ghost that causes us to lose confidence. The entire party should guard against this one. We should continue to pursue high ideals and aspirations and do our work well. We have confidence in our ability to rectify our shortcomings and mistakes by ourselves and do a good job. Another of our traditions is a sound set of principles governing party activities. This has been especially true since the Zunyi meeting. Under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong, our party has established a whole set of principles, including democratic centralism, the unity criticism unity method, blaming not the speaker but being warned by his words, learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient, being strict in criticism but lenient in meting out punishment, and not engaging in excessive struggle and merciless attack, and working hard and living plainly, and being modest and prudent. All of these have been consistently advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong and represent our party's rules and regulations. We should say that, except for the periods when we made mistakes, as was mentioned earlier, we have diligently followed these principles over the years. Comrade Mao Zedong and many other leading comrades on the Central Committee have insisted upon the importance of modesty and prudence. At the party's 8th National Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong emphasized this point in his speech. Our party certainly has more fine traditions, but here I have only given you a few examples. Because of these fine traditions, our party has remained a united, unified, and combat-worthy party. Fifth, the good people who have the utmost faith in our party. Maintaining close ties with the masses is one of our party's fine traditions. The people of our country have a high level of political consciousness. There is a story which Comrade Mao Zedong has told more than once. It took place when the Red Army was crossing the grasslands. The cook, upon rising in the morning, never asked whether or not there was rice for cooking for the day. Instead, he asked whether the army was heading south or north. This was the most important strategic question at that time. This illustrates that all soldiers in our army were concerned about matters of strategy. Our people understand the significance of taking the general situation into account. They have high ideals and never lose confidence. As you all know, during the Agrarian Revolutionary War, the War of Resistance against Japan and the War of Liberation, the people gave practically everything they had to support the army. During these years, whenever we truly relied on the people and clearly explained the whys and wherefores to them, workers, peasants, intellectuals and patriotic Democrats all gave first priority to the interests of the entire nation, believing it was right to follow the party. We must point out, however, that in recent years the masses have been dissatisfied with some of our comrades, who abused the people's trust in the party and misused the party's prestige. Even when we were making these mistakes, they still believed they were not really seeing the Communist Party at work. When we corrected the mistakes, they said the real Communist Party was back. Our people are very good people. Not to rely on them and pursue the mass line is utterly unjustifiable. The foregoing is a general assessment of our party. I should like to repeat that our party has 5 strong points: a sound guiding ideology, a good party central committee, a large contingent of good backbone members, fine traditions, and a nation of good people who trust the party. Since such a party has already succeeded in leading the people to victory in revolution, it will definitely be able to lead them to victory in socialist construction. Since it has done its work well at home, it is certain to be able to fulfill its obligations in the international communist movement. It should be pointed out that in the past few years our party has exhibited serious shortcomings in its leadership and other work. One particularly serious aspect is the impairment of its fine traditions, which is very evident in some regions and not so evident in others. Looking at the party as a whole, these traditions have been weakened considerably. In order to arouse the vigilance of the entire party, we feel overestimating this malady is justified. In recent years many comrades have been busying themselves with their day-to-day work, neglecting party problems and party building. Hence, it is vital to emphasize this point. Why have our party's fine traditions been impaired? There are various reasons, but in my view, the primary one is that more than a few of our comrades have not studied Mao Zedong thought hard enough or acquired adequate understanding of it. Since we have paid little attention to investigation and study in recent years, we have, more often than not, come up with unrealistic tasks and brought out many slogans which do not conform to actual circumstances. The practice of assigning excessively heavy tasks, demanding their speedy fulfillment and launching inordinately ambitious development projects has impaired many of our fine traditions, which in turn has aggravated the shortcomings and mistakes in our work. Another reason is the errors made in recent years in inter-party struggles against both left and right deviations, a problem which was also brought up during discussions at this conference. Errors did occur during recent movements, hurting a great many party and non-party cadres. Of course, we should struggle against degenerate elements and punish them, but here I am referring to the cadres who should not have been harmed. These errors have weakened many fine traditions of our party. For instance, seeking truth from facts and speaking the truth have been our party's traditions, but, because of failure to practice democratic centralism and because of excessive struggle in the movements and so forth, unhealthy practices have become more and more common in our party over the years. Such practices include submitting false reports of situations, lying, and being afraid to speak the truth. Deliberate deception is undesirable, but fear of speaking the truth is not good either, even though people involved may advance a variety of reasons, and it is not the same as deception. In recent years, not all of our comrades have been doing enough to uphold the party's fine traditions. Particularly, their negligence or impairment of the traditions of seeking truth from facts, pursuing the mass line and practicing democratic centralism has done enormous harm to our work. The situation warrants serious attention from the entire party. At this time we must restore, strengthen, and continue to develop the fine traditions of the party. What we should do today is not to formulate rules and regulations, for they have been there for a long time. As I mentioned earlier, ever since the Zunyi meeting our party has established a whole set of principles for party activities, a complete set of fine traditions, and a good work style. Now we must work to restore and develop them in real earnest. This should not be terribly difficult to do. The overwhelming majority of comrades here are familiar with these fine principles and traditions. We should turn back to them now and make a self-examination, in order to restore and carry them forward. It is of particular importance for you comrades present here to do so. As almost all of you are either squad leaders of deputy squad leaders of different localities and departments throughout the country, whatever you do will exert a significant influence on the work of the entire party. Adhering to the party's fine traditions and work style is most important because of the fact that our party is in power. As to the characteristics of such a party, I have already explained them clearly in my report at the party's 8th National Congress. It was an event worth celebrating when our party came into power. However, it is not easy to serve as such a party. The party, its members, and its leading cadres have to shoulder heavier responsibilities. What responsibilities do we have? In the past we were only concerned with revolution, whereas after victory when our party came to power, we have to concern ourselves with the arduous tasks of leading the country onto the socialist road and undertaking its development. We are in the process of building socialism. You comrades must not think the course of building socialism will be problem-free. As Comrade Liu Shaokai stated in his report and Comrade Mao Zedong said in his speech, if we slip and stumble, especially if we fail to practice democratic centralism satisfactorily, the party, the state, socialism, the cadres and everyone may degenerate. Now that we are in power, it is even more vital for us to act prudently. First of all, we want power, the proletariat power, so we must see to it that it is not seized by the bourgeoisie. Marxist-Leninists want power and they see to it that it is not seized by opportunists. Second, we should be more prudent now that we are in power. Do not believe that with power in our hands we can easily handle everything or do whatever we like. We shall come to grief if we think that way. Now that we have entered the cities and come to power, should we act as bureaucrats or work as servants of the people? This issue has been expounded upon by Comrade Mao Zedong more than once. We could adopt one of two possible approaches to work as bureaucrats or servants of the people. If we are to work as servants of the people, we must act as ordinary workers, treat others as equals and serve the people heart and soul. Now that we have entered the cities and come to power, we are in a position to become office holders, and it would be all too easy for us to take on bureaucratic airs. In fact, this has already happened to many of our comrades. We must always keep in mind the fact that our party is in power. Only by so doing can we pay more attention to upholding the party's fine traditions, avoid being tainted with bureaucratic airs, and keep from becoming divorced from the masses and reality. Only thus can China adhere to the socialist system and advance along the road to communism, and can our party uphold Marxist-Leninist principles. Besides conducting investigation and study, seeking truth from facts, staying in touch with the masses and correcting mistakes promptly, maintaining the party's fine traditions calls for efforts to improve party activities. This is one of the most important aspects involved in maintaining these traditions. I should like to discuss 4 questions regarding this aspect. First, practicing democratic centralism. Second, establishing a system for dealing with day-to-day work. Third, training and selection of cadres. And fourth, study. The first question is concerned with democratic centralism, which Comrade Mao Zedong explained clearly in his speech. He raised it to the high plane of principle that involves our choice between socialism and capitalism, and between proletarian and bourgeois dictatorship. Here we are face to face with the stark fact: without democracy, there can be no centralism, and centralism cannot be truly or correctly realized unless it is based on democracy. Without proletarian democracy and centralism, socialism will be out of the question and capitalism will make a comeback. In terms of leadership methods, we shall have nothing with which to go among the masses unless we first concentrate their ideas. In other words, if centralism is not based on democracy, we cannot put into practice the method from the masses, to the masses. If we do not practice democratic centralism, we shall alienate ourselves from the masses and rank and file party members. In addition, superiors will become estranged from their subordinates, and even among co-workers, a minority or an individual will split off from the majority and make arbitrary decisions. At present our party activities leave much to be desired. Of course, there are a variety of reasons for this. Excessively high targets and absurd deadlines over the past few years have encouraged the spread of both decentralism and authoritarianism, thus greatly weakening the party's democratic centralism. In dealing with many matters, we seem to be exercising more centralization than before, when in fact decentralization has become a serious problem. In many other matters we seem to be practicing more democracy than before, when in fact authoritarian practices, arbitrary decisions made and peremptory actions taken by a few people or an individual are all too common. Therefore, it is essential and timely at this conference to stress the need to reinforce democratic centralism, expand democracy, strengthen centralism and unity, and oppose decentralism. The past few years have seen a serious extent of decentralism arising in our work. Comrades, you might want to carefully consider the 5 unifications we have achieved by putting together correct ideas, unified thinking, policy, planning, command and action. When did we best practice centralism? During the past Revolutionary War years, the early years after national victory, or the last few years? It should be pointed out that over the past few years we have given the appearance of exercising more centralism than in earlier times, but as far as the 5 unifications are concerned, we are not doing as well as before. In other words, decentralism is on the rise. Along with the rise of decentralism we have seen the spread of authoritarian and weakening of democracy in the party. Without democracy there can be no centralism and thus no way to unifying thinking and action. In emphasizing centralism and unity and opposing decentralism, we should lay more stress on the need to adhere to the principle of democratic centralism. Let no one misunderstand this emphasis, believing that centralism and unity can be stressed at the expense of the democratic aspect of democratic centralism. On the contrary, in order to intensify centralism and unity and oppose decentralism, more emphasis should be placed on the democratic aspect. This will place centralism on a solid foundation, ensuring genuine centralism and unity. Comrade Mao Zedong has made this quite clear in his speech at this conference. In future we must work out realistic plans that allow for some flexibility, being certain not to set too heavy or inflexible tasks anymore. During the discussions many comrades expressed their worry that the Central Committee might set tasks which were too heavy. We can promise you here and now that the Central Committee will work hard not to come out with such tasks. Setting targets which were too high was the main shortcoming of the Central Committee over the past few years. When planned targets conform to reality and allow for some flexibility, such problems will not arise. In future, we should have unified plans that leave the local authorities the leeway to make adjustments in line with specific local conditions. In particular, future plans should be improved in such a way as to make it possible for the local authorities to adapt measures to the conditions in their area and bring their initiative into full play. While stressing the need of centralism and unity in formulating specific policies and solving problems, we should make greater efforts to apply the concept of from the masses, to the masses, as advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong. After gathering opinions from grassroots units through investigation and study, we should formulate realistic policies and plans, which can then be carried out among the masses and tested in actual practice. Solving specific problems should be done in the same way. In short, we must follow Comrade Mao Zedong's proposal, creating a political situation in the party and the country in which we have both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. 190 The situation has to be created first within the party. Liu Xiaoping's comment, what do we mean by aiming high? First of all, we mean doing our utmost to create such a political situation. In such an atmosphere we can achieve greater and better results in production and economic development. This kind of political situation should also be created in the nation as a whole, which would be impossible unless it is first created in the party. Our party must bring about such a lively political situation and practices full democracy. Our party is a unified, united, combat-effective party. Without democracy it would not have centralism and unity. Without centralism and unity it would not be combat effective. Therefore, we should always maintain centralism and unity. A party which does so is genuinely combat effective. However, it is on the basis of democracy, the exercise of full democracy, that we can become a unified, disciplined, and combat effective party. The last few years have seen the emergence of some undesirable phenomena in this area. At this time we will once again call your attention to these problems. If we have made mistakes, let's redress them. If we have been failing to uphold some of our fine traditions, let's now restore them and further develop them. These traditions are, after all, not unfamiliar to us. During the discussions many comrades said they missed the inter-party activities of former days. This proves that the good situation of those days is still alive in our memories, so let's restore it now. We must resolve to restore and further develop our party's fine traditions. We must establish a correct relationship between the party and its members in accordance with those traditions and the provisions of the party constitution. All party members, in line with organizational principles, have the right within the party to offer criticisms and opinions about the party, its work, any problems, and leaders, as well as the right to reserve their own opinions. According to the party constitution, when an issue comes up for decision, party members may freely voice their views at party meetings or in the party's newspapers and journals. There are just two prohibitions. First, no party member is allowed not to carry out the party's resolutions. If they disagree, they may present their own opinions. If they consider something in the resolutions incorrect, they may suggest amendments. In any case, as is stipulated in the party constitution, they must carry out the party's resolutions, though they are entitled to reserve their own opinions. Should they not implement them, they would be violating the rules of party discipline. Second, factional activities are banned. Mao Zedong's comments, underground factional activities are forbidden. Suppose a person wants to air an opposing opinion in public. Is this permissible? Yes, the party constitution permits this. When an issue is pending, everyone may express his or her opinions in public. After the decision is made, everyone must firmly carry it out. In the course of implementation, however, people may still offer suggestions. Theoretical and academic issues are a different matter, for free discussion on them may be held at any time. In recent years many things have been done in violation of the principle of inter-party democracy, and this should be rectified. Both Comrade Mao Zedong in his speech and Comrade Liu Xiaoping in his report talked about the three don'ts: don't pick on others for their faults, don't label people, and don't use a big stick, but some comrades worry about changes which may occur after a few years from now. Their apprehensions are understandable, for they reflect the reality of recent years. Even so, their apprehensions are groundless. They should have faith in our party's traditions. Of course, some comrades will want to wait and see, which is all right. Have we not already said it was all right for one to reserve one's opinions? Yet some comrades still feel they can only write anonymous letters. They may be considered semi-courageous. Recently we received some anonymous letters among which were a number that contained very good opinions. Why did the writers wish to remain anonymous? Why can party members not earnestly declare their opinions in public, turning their semi-courageous acts into completely courageous ones? We should all take the lead in this regard. By so doing we can help bring about a change in the atmosphere, restore our party's fine traditions and carry them forward. If we continue to be hampered by various apprehensions, hesitating to speak out, there will be no way to bring back these old traditions. In particular, the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders present here today should take the lead in restoring the old traditions. The Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong have been standing for these traditions stipulated in the relevant rules and regulations of our party. Only in the last few years have they been impaired, so we can and should revive them speedily, and we also can and should rectify the irregular practice speedily. But, we must make one point very clear: to do this, full democracy must be exercised within the party. Success in truly reviving and carrying on our party's old traditions hinges on the attitude taken by the leading comrades of our party at all levels. They should attentively listen to opposing or different views, and they should be receptive to honest remarks from sincere people. This is also our tradition, consistently supported for many years by Comrades Mao Zedong and Liu Xiaoping as well as the Central Committee. During discussions at this conference many comrades recalled earlier years when they dared express whatever views they had and found it easier to have heart-to-heart talks with one another. Let us have it again. But, it is essential that our party's chief leading comrades at all levels give their attention to this question. These leaders, particularly the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders, should be subordinate to and ally themselves with the majority while respecting the minority. Comrade Mao Zedong expounded upon this point on numerous occasions, and he brought it up once again at this conference. If leaders hope to handle matters smoothly, they must win approval from the majority and must absolutely not insist on having the final say on all matters. They should respect opinions of the minority, for their opinions are not necessarily wrong. Even when they are wrong, they are likely to be shared by many others. Only by listening to these opinions can we set them right and help our comrades correct their mistakes. In addition, leaders should be fairly broad-minded and tolerant. They should be able to lend an ear opposing opinions, treat others as equals, act modestly and prudently, etc. What constitutes the basis for the prestige of our party's leading comrades at the various levels, especially the chief leaders? Correct ideas, work and words, a democratic work style, and a habit of making criticism and self-criticism. It is impossible for leaders to do everything 100% correctly, without any shortcomings or mistakes. What matters most is whether they are ready to criticize their shortcomings and mistakes, allow others to do so, accept criticism and act accordingly. If a leader can thoroughly criticize himself for the mistakes he has made and lend an attentive ear to criticism from others, he will gain the initiative and everyone else will be pleased with him, which will enhance his prestige rather than damage it. Supervision should be exercised over our party's leaders at all levels, including all the members of the party committees. This supervision comes from various quarters: their superiors and subordinates, the masses, and the party groups they belong. In this regard, I have an idea to offer for you to see if it is appropriate. I believe the most important supervision should come from the party committee, the secretariat, or the standing committee of the party committee. This is a small group. Some of our leading comrades are put in a group with cooks and odd jobmen, in which not much supervision can be exercised. Of course, in accordance with the party constitution, every party member should take part in the regular activities of the party branch. I think it would be best if the leaders participate in the regular activities of a party committee, secretariat, or standing committee. Members of a party should take some time for heart-to-heart talks, truly creating an atmosphere favorable for conducting criticism and self-criticism. Supervision will probably be better served when comrades working together at the same level have heart-to-heart talks. Liu's comment: we could suggest that party committees at various levels call a meeting once a month at which to conduct criticism and self-criticism. Holding such a meeting every 3 months would be good enough, but not necessarily every month. Liu's comment: once a quarter, or 4 times a year, would be fine. How do you like this idea? The party committees, including those at the provincial, prefectural, and county levels, should all do so. Mao's comment: at the meeting they can check on their work, analyze their experience and exchange views. In this way they may conduct heart-to-heart talks, engage in mutual criticism and voice their opinions. We should attach importance to mutual supervision among party committee members. Leading members of the same party committee see each other much more often than their superiors and subordinates, which makes it convenient for them to discuss matters, reach unanimity, and make decisions. This is most important. Party committee members should pay attention to collective leadership and the division of responsibility. Here, the squad leaders play a very important role. For a time the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong strongly advocated forming a nucleus in the party. After it was established on the whole, they particularly stressed the need of competent squad leaders. In other words, a party committee has to establish a nucleus, lest it be lax in its work and fail to do a good job. At this conference most squad leaders probably felt they were being put on the spot. This does not mean that we do not think highly of them. In fact, we do think highly of them. We are only saying that squad leaders should perform their duty well. Any leading body that does not have an appropriate squad leader needs to train one, or should have the higher authorities help them select a competent one. Once that body has a squad leader, everyone should help him perform his duty well. Being a squad leader is a hard job, for he is often confronted by difficult issues. You should not think he has an easy job. I know a great number of squad leaders complain of hardships. They have a host of matters to deal with, and nobody can boast of being able to handle everything perfectly. It seems that we should excuse them when they fail to handle some matters satisfactorily. The squad leaders themselves, being aware of the difficulty, should follow what Comrade Mao Zedong said at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee about learning to play the piano. It is not easy to learn to play. Unfortunately, we have to learn it all our lives. We should remind ourselves to try to master it every day, never saying we actually have mastered it. Mao's comment: after learning to play, we may yet have to learn something new. It often happens that when we come across a new situation or problem, or deal with new people or go to new regions, we find we are not sure how to play, so we can see that mastering this skill would indeed be difficult. Every day we should learn more about playing the piano and being an orchestra conductor. Squad leaders must bravely shoulder their responsibilities. There are certain problems that must be personally handled by them, not be left to anyone else. Perhaps we can divide matters roughly into 2 types: day-to-day matters, and important matters concerning policy. Day-to-day matters should be handled or approved by different party committee members according to their division of responsibilities. Approval by the first secretary is a must. If every matter had to be discussed at meetings of the party committee or secretariat, there would be no end to such meetings. The first, second, or some other secretary, taking responsibility on the basis of the division of labor, must give his approval when it is required and when he sees fit. When it comes to a major issue, however, it must be submitted to the party committee, standing committee, or secretariat, according to the circumstances, so that the appropriate body may discuss, reach a consensus and make a decision. Mao's comment: when disagreement occurs, the minority should yield to the majority. In short, democratic centralism is the fundamental system of our party and state. It is a tradition with us as well. Upholding and perfecting this traditional system is of vital significance, bearing on the destiny of our party and state. Anything contravening this system must be redressed. I should like to say again that Comrade Mao Zedong's emphasis of this problem at this conference is of tremendous significance. Because we have not done well at practicing democratic centralism in recent years, the leading bodies and grassroots units have lost touch with each other. This is a serious phenomenon which has become all too common. The problem was raised in Comrade Liu Xiaoping's report and Comrade Mao Zedong's speech at this conference. At least we have taken the first step here to communicate with one another, which is commendable. Of course, in the process many comrades found it difficult to get any sleep, some even stayed awake for over 2 nights on end. Not sleeping then represents a good phenomenon showing that they were turning things over in their minds. Our aim at this conference is to have all the participants take the lead in communicating with each other, so that we can revive and continue the practice of democratic centralism. As I said earlier, by offering criticism and opinions to the Central Committee and to the provincial party committees, you can give vent to your dissatisfaction, and it is also a way of communicating with one another and reviving and maintaining democratic centralism. Let me make one point clear, that is, the Central Committee should be held responsible for many of the mistakes which were made by provincial, prefectural, or county party committees and for which they were criticized at group meetings. Comrade Liu Xiaoping made this clear in his report. The Central Committee is accountable for its actions, it should bear the major responsibility where it should. Of course, the provincial, prefectural and county party committees are also accountable for their actions. They should be responsible for their mistakes and mind their own accountability. Still, the Central Committee should be held accountable for quite a few mistakes, such as the chain reaction, Mao Zedong's comment, several big movements, that followed the setting of excessive targets, and the problems arising from several large-scale campaigns and movements. Certainly, this does not mean that the provincial, prefectural, and county party committees did not make any mistakes in these campaigns and movements. What should be done after this conference? The Central Committee has already discussed this question and concluded that the provinces, prefectures, and counties across the country should not call meetings for people to let off steam. Should such meetings be held in a few localities? This would be possible. Mao's comment: in a few localities and departments. A few counties, prefectures, provinces, departments, or work units may need to do it. This matter should be decided on by authorities at a higher level, and such meetings should not be called everywhere. Mao's comment: it should be done in a positive manner. In most places we should take a positive approach and explain what democratic centralism means. Of course, it may be necessary to hold self-criticism meetings for leading comrades who have done a poor job over the years. These comrades should follow the spirit of Comrade Mao Zedong's words: if once is not enough, examine the mistakes a few more times until nobody wants to listen anymore. They should take the initiative, which is also a positive approach. In short, we must not issue a general call for meetings to let off steam. However, party committees, standing committees, secretariats at the provincial level as well as prefectural, county and other departmental party committees should hold such meetings for members to have heart-to-heart talks with one another and make self-criticism. Mao's comment: if they have something they want to get off their chests, let them get it all off their chests. Mao's comment: do not blame anyone for saying something erroneous. If the speaker is right, you should accept it. On the other hand, it would not be right to reproach someone for erroneous remarks. When people express their dissatisfaction, it is impossible for them to get everything right, but this is not important. We should not expect others to agree with us when our dissatisfaction is unjustified any more than we should expect others' dissatisfaction to be totally justifiable. In addition, leading comrades at various levels can have heart-to-heart talks with a few individuals who hold differing views, either about the leaders themselves or about some work-related issues. In this way, the leading comrades of party committees can examine their day-to-day work and their methods of leadership. Let us restore our old practices, our old traditions, through such positive steps as these. That is all I have to say for now on democratic centralism. The second question is concerned with day-to-day work. As Comrade Liu Xiaoping mentioned in his report, achievements in our work are accumulated bit by bit and with great care. Mass movement is one way of carrying out the mass line. The success of such a movement depends on the success of our day-to-day work. It is through meticulous work that we achieved great success in the large-scale movements of banning opium smoking and the opium trade and of agrarian reform, without publicizing them in the newspapers. We have launched many large-scale movements in recent years, using them almost exclusively in pursuing the mass line. It is not good to have movements so frequently. The result of this has been that much of the regular work of departments and work units has been interrupted by the continual campaigning and hindered by the method of dividing up responsibilities among individuals or small groups. This working method, which is related to that used especially for running movements, is inadvisable. We should learn some valuable lessons from our experience over these years. The neighborhood committees in our cities used to do an excellent job. They did well in uniting with good people, reforming bad ones, establishing sound social conduct and fulfilling various tasks. Women's federations, youth league organizations, trade unions, and party committees all did meticulous work in the past, but they have all slackened their efforts in recent years. This is just an example of what has been occurring in all fields of endeavor, so there is no point in giving further explanations. In short, a system for dealing with day-to-day work must be set up. The party and mass organizations, army units, enterprises, and government departments should all have a system to handle regular organizational, publicity and educational work. Meticulous day-to-day work will help probe more deeply into problems and facilitate investigation and study. Party committees should help party branches and groups to improve their daily work. At present, branch activities are far from adequate. I am not going to elaborate on its importance, but it does deserve our serious attention. The organization departments of party committees at all levels should take due note of this problem. Party members must participate in branch and group activities, in order to check on the work, make criticism and self-criticism, and study. This is a stipulation in the party constitution and should therefore be done conscientiously. The third question is concerned with training and selection of cadres, especially the leading corps at the various levels. This is an important issue which should also be included in the regular work of party committees at all levels. We should establish a system for handling matters concerning cadres. Over the past few years we have suffered enormously from the instability of cadres. We should be alert to the serious phenomenon of frequent changes in status of significant numbers of cadres. We should pay constant attention to the performance of our cadres, judging their merits and demerits by their long-term work, not their performance in some movement or over a short period of time. Until recently, our party has always been prudent in handling matters concerning individual cadres. As a result, we had a united party that was acting in unison and whose leading members kept in touch with the rank and file. Unfortunately, this kind of close communication has not been maintained in recent years, especially during the large-scale movements when a considerable number of cadres were subjected to unjust treatment and their cases were handled imprudently. We should review the cases of cadres who were criticized and punished during recent years in line with the principles set forth by the Central Committee in its directive concerning the discussion and trial implementation of the revised draft regulations on the work in the rural people's communes, 60 articles. In handling these cases, There are three possible circumstances to consider. One is that the criticism or punishment was correct and therefore does not need to be redressed. Two is that it was partially incorrect, in which case only that part should be corrected. This would involve a partial rehabilitation, since only the part of the punishment considered extreme should be rescinded. The third possibility is that it was totally wrong, which calls for complete rehabilitation. In short, we should seek truth from facts and deal with each case on its merits. No movement should be launched to re-examine the cases and rehabilitate cadres. The work should be done by specially designated organs and persons, such as the supervisory commissions. Should they have more cases than they can handle, they may recruit more staff. Party committees should appoint suitable leading comrades to take charge of the work. Currently we are very busy with heavy workloads, in addition to being confronted with economic difficulties, so we cannot afford to devote all our efforts to the re-examination of cases and rehabilitation of cadres. Besides, this is meticulous and time-consuming work, so we should specially assign people to do it. The best way would be for those who originally mishandled a case to redress that case, which would help to draw us closer together. The fourth question concerns the study of Marxist-Leninist theory and Comrade Mao Zedong's works. It is not necessary to expound on the reason for this one. Our experience of these past few years has made us recognize our insufficient understanding of the fundamental tenets of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, which resulted in a spate of mistakes. When we become absorbed in day-to-day work to the neglect of study, we can easily get bogged down in the mediocrity of routine and become low-minded. This is a dangerous situation which could lead to political degeneration. We need to create an atmosphere which will encourage study, one conducive to theoretical study. Mao Zedong's comment, "If we busy ourselves with everyday routine and pay no attention to the study of theory, we shall definitely lose our bearings." Encouraging study in practice is also a part of our party's work style and one of our party's fine traditions. I have raised 4 questions here concerning our inter-party activities. Though I have only brought up these 4, there are, naturally, many others. Today we are confronting numerous difficulties and our tasks are formidable. Although the targets we have set are modest, it will still be hard to achieve them. As Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, it is particularly important this year that we put matters in order concerning industry, agriculture, commerce, education, the army, the government, and the party. Facing such enormous and heavy tasks, leadership by the party and its committees at all levels is extremely important. At this conference we have stressed the need of strengthening party leadership, democratic centralism, and centralization and unification. The most important aspect of centralization and unification is unifying our thinking. This is essential if we are to have unity in our actions. The entire party needs to unify its understanding of the report given by Comrade Liu Xiaoping and the important speech made by Comrade Mao Zedong. Accomplishing this will then enable us to obtain unity in our work and actions. In summary, now that we have established our guiding principles, we should work with one heart, adopt a forward-looking attitude, and continue to review our experience in all the localities, departments, and work units. We must do everything possible to overcome the difficulties and carry out the policies and tasks of the party and state. Once a decision is made, we must implement it in unison. This is one of the rules of our discipline and a tradition of our party. Almost all the comrades of our generation, especially the comrades present here, are principal leaders at various levels, shouldering immense responsibilities. Our generation must uphold the party's fine traditions, set a good example, do our work well as servants of the people, and fulfill our obligations to China's socialist cause and to the emancipation of the people all over the world. Comrade Liu Xiaoping has challenged us to aim high and let us do as he says. We should aim high in upholding the party's fine traditions and work style. We should aim high in strengthening and correctly exercising democratic centralism. We should aim high in learning how to be a competent squad leader, an orchestra conductor, and an accomplished pianist. Our generation should aim high in setting a splendid example for the next generation. This concludes my talk. 39 Measures for Overcoming Our Present Difficulties. May 11, 1962. I do not have any differing opinions on the report of the Central Financial and Economic Group or Premier Zhou's speech on the problems which have been discussed over the past few days. It seems to me that the decisions we have made at the current meeting are all that we can do for now. Although we lack a full understanding of all the problems in our work, some of which call for further study, it is highly necessary for us to make decisions on the problems we have already recognized. At this time I should like to make a few remarks on this subject. First, from the problems related to the various fields of endeavor that have been laid out on the table, we can see there is much to be done, but I believe it boils down to two central tasks: 1. To cut back the urban population by 20 million, and 2. To help improve the work of production teams in the rural areas. These two matters are most pressing. Maybe we can afford to take more time with some other matters, but with regard to these two tasks, the more we delay taking them up, the more we stand to lose. For instance, if we do not start reducing the urban population right now, we shall not be able to cut back the amount of money to be put into circulation and the amount of grain to be supplied, and, among other things, our effort to readjust production will be impeded. If we delay improving the work of production teams, agricultural production will be affected. We shall not be able to turn the situation around until we have enough grain, cotton, and other products, for which we have to rely on the production teams to provide. The production teams are also involved in the reduction of the urban population. We have to rely on them to help make arrangements for people who are to move from the cities to the countryside. It follows that if the work of the production teams is not improved, agricultural production will suffer, and our effort to cut back the urban population will run into snags. For now we are formulating guiding principles before proceeding to carry them out systematically in our work. Second, I should like to draw your attention to the document on the work of re-examination of cases and rehabilitation of cotters issued by the Central Committee recently. The work is most important for arousing the initiative of cotters, especially of those at and below the county level in rural areas, as well as of the masses. The work primarily involves cotters, but in reality it will exert an influence on a large number of people because every cotter is linked to the masses. The army is the first to start the job and become stable. Some local authorities have also been successful in this. Comrade Tan Zhenlin has noticed that cotters in Shandong are more enthusiastic about production and the people there are in higher spirits than those in Henan. After a careful study of the situation, many reasons have been found for this. One reason is that only a small number of people had been unjustifiably criticized or punished at the final stage and, what is more, they were all re-examined and rehabilitated at one stroke, so that the authorities gained the initiative in their work. The same method has been used in Sichuan. Everyone is now in favor of this method of accomplishing re-examination and rehabilitation at one time in localities below the county level, starting with the rural areas. In other words, the political labels imposed on those who were criticized or punished unjustifiably or more or less unjustifiably should be removed once and for all. Because the cotters below the county level were all grassroots cotters, they were not in a position to make serious mistakes or occasion serious right deviation or left deviation. Besides, they maintained direct links with the masses, and when their friends, relatives, and others heard of their being criticized or punished, they could not but feel quite restless. It does us no good when people are restless. Are we not going to help improve the work of the production teams? The re-examination and rehabilitation are essential to arousing the initiative of the cotters at the grassroots level and the masses and must not be taken lightly. Leading cotters at higher levels should go out to the localities to share in the responsibilities in order to speed up the process. We are now asking all the bureaus of the Central Committee to urge the party committees of provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions to continue this work if they have begun or to begin immediately if they have not yet started. The results of the re-examination and rehabilitation must be made known directly to the masses. Actually, by so doing we are admitting we made a mistake, acknowledging that we have done something wrong. Third, we must establish and strengthen the leading corps of the party committees at the various levels, especially those of the party committees at and below the county level and of enterprises. In order to do a good job in agriculture, the party committees at and below the county level must first of all establish and strengthen their leading corps. Of course, party committees at and above the prefectural level should do the same. From today's vantage point, it seems we are a bit too late in handling certain problems. The obstacles we may encounter stem mainly from the county authorities, and the problems with them are whether or not they aim high enough, display sufficient enthusiasm for work, assess the situation correctly, and show great determination and ample confidence. The present danger lies in our lack of confidence, reluctance to find ways of surmounting difficulties, and failure to make quick decisions. One can hardly avoid being slow to see a problem when one does not recognize it as a problem. But, if one does not take prompt action once a problem has been identified, things will eventually become worse. It seems that most of the ideological problems exist at the county level. Naturally, the enterprises and institutions at the grassroots level have their own problems, too. At the enlarged working conference of the Central Committee, the issue of strengthening the leading corps of party committees at all levels was set forth, which it seems that we have not been watching closely enough. In 1953, in order to meet the needs of the country's industrial development, we took a number of cadres from local party committees and assigned them to work in enterprises. That weakened the leadership of local party committees to a considerable extent. It is thanks to the efforts made by those cadres that the enterprises have expanded over the years. Now veteran, backbone cadres can be found only in a few local party committees, while such cadres serving as squad leaders or deputy squad leaders in the rest of local party committees have been promoted to the posts since 1957. These cadres made rather serious mistakes in 1958 when the 5 practices prevailed. Our cadres did useful work most of the time, and during the past few years they did not really intend to make a mess of things. They are still good cadres, and we should trust them as usual, though we should see both their strong points and their weak points. The principal measure for establishing the leading corps of party committees at the various levels is to train those with a good style of work selected from among the cadres already on party committees. By a good style of work we mean mainly integrating theory with practice, maintaining close ties with the masses, and being tainted with less subjectivism than other people. There has been a great deal of subjectivism in recent years. How can we follow the mass line by just issuing many orders? How can we integrate theory with practice if we do not try to suit measures to local conditions? There is another way of resolving the issue of leading corps. We are presently reducing the staff of many enterprises, and many of the cadres in the staff of these enterprises originally came from the countryside and are of longer standing than the present cadres on local party committees. It is entirely feasible for the Central Committee and the party committees of provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions to take advantage of this opportunity by transferring a number of their cadres to lower levels to strengthen the local party committees, including county and commune party committees. Each county or commune party committee should have at least 2 or 3 persons serving as squad leader and deputy squad leaders. Those who are transferred there would not necessarily become the first secretaries, they might serve just as secretaries or members of party committees. Through this measure, we should be able to make agriculture a success and strengthen the leading corps of counties, communes, production brigades, and production teams. A question of fundamental importance to the party or the government is selection of the right people. Take the production brigade, for instance. Can you send people there to serve as cadres who do not engage in production? It might be all right, though, to send a few people to work for a limited period of time there, trying to strengthen the leading corps and explore the situation. Basically, the proper way is to make use of local people, people who are native of a place or belong to the production brigade. Practicing democracy is fundamental. For the party committees at the commune and county levels, however, there is the need of strengthening the leading corps. We should bring about a change in the county and commune party committees by sending some new people there even if they already have leading corps of their own. Longtime colleagues become very familiar with each other, which has both advantages and disadvantages. As they work together every day, they are used to each other's ways, so that they become slow in perceiving problems. With dulled senses, they remain indifferent to problems that should be brought up and mistakes that should be criticized. A shake-up of personnel will help to change their style of work and create a new atmosphere. The organization department of the Central Committee should begin working on this matter, and the organization departments of party committees of provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions should do the same. Since a province has a limited number of counties, over 100 at most, comrades on the provincial party committee most probably know the leading cadres of every county well. With a general picture of the composition of each county party committee in mind, they should make a change of the committee by adding a few new people to it. This will be conducive to the training of cadres and to work in general. Speech delivered at a working conference of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 40 Restore agricultural production. July 7, 1962. Since we adopted some economic measures recently, I must say the overall situation has improved a little. This is not to say that our production has expanded in any way, only that our readjustment effort has begun to yield results. The shortage of food, clothing, and other daily necessities cannot be covered overnight, but as long as we continue our efforts in line with the readjustment policy, we will be able to overcome the difficulties and bring about an early turn for the better. We must set about restoring agricultural production if we want to overcome difficulties and bring about a fundamental turn for the better in the financial and economic situation. If we fail in agriculture, there will be no hope of success in industry, and the shortage of food, clothing, and other daily necessities cannot be filled up. Restoring agricultural production calls for a series of policies, two of which are primary. One is to arouse the peasants' enthusiasm for increased agricultural production, so that they will produce more grain and restore the growth of cash crops. The other is to have industry support agriculture. In 1957 the grain yield amounted to 195 million tons, and 145 million tons last year. I cannot say for sure whether it will reach 150 million tons this year, since the weather has not been favorable. Some places suffered from floods and others from drought. All things considered, the grain yield this year will not be lower than last year's, but even if it reaches 150 million tons, it will still be 45 million tons short of the 1957 level. We must try to find ways to restore grain production within a certain period of time and, on the basis of increased grain output, restore the production of cash crops. It seems to me that the problem of agriculture must be solved mainly through changes in the relations of production. This means arousing the peasants' initiative. At present there are still a few rural people's communes across the country that maintain commune ownership. Since the people there are unwilling to break them up, let them remain as they are. Other communes have production brigades as their accounting units, whereas even more communes have production teams as the accounting units. In some places where production teams form the accounting units, new situations have appeared, such as fixing farm output quotas for each household, holding households fully responsible for the farmland they work, and implementing the principle of 5 unifications. It looks as though more than 20% of the production teams have, in various forms, fixed output quotas for each household, so this is no trivial matter. The party Central Committee will study answers to this question at the meeting to be held this coming August. We now have the policy of letting 100 schools of thought contend. A question of this importance should be open for discussion in line with that policy to let everybody offer suggestions so that answers can be found in the end. As to what kind of relations of production is the best mode, I'm afraid we shall have to leave the matter to the discretion of local authorities, allowing them to adopt whatever mode of production that can facilitate quickest recovery and growth of agricultural production. The masses should also be allowed to adopt whatever mode they see fit, legalizing illegal practices as necessary. These are all tentative ideas, not final decisions, so they will not necessarily come to pass in future. When talking about fighting battles, Comrade Lubachin often quotes a Sichuan proverb: "It does not matter if it is a yellow cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice." The reason we defeated Chiang Kai-shek is that we did not always fight in the conventional way. Our sole aim is to win by taking advantage of given conditions. If we want to restore agricultural production, we must also take advantage of actual conditions. That is to say, we should not stick to a fixed mode of relations of production but adopt whatever mode that can help mobilize the masses initiative. At present, it looks as though neither industry nor agriculture can advance without first taking one step back. Can you not see this? Is agriculture not now taking a step backwards? Are communes not taking a step backwards? The accounting unit has regressed from the commune through the production brigade to the production team, because only by stepping back can they go forward. At present, it is necessary to fully arouse the masses initiative and tap their potential. The first step is to revive the production of grain, to be followed by cash crops. At the same time, we should gradually restore supplies of farm implements and draft animals. All this represents readjustment in the relations of production, and for us it is a test. Of course, our entire party should hold a common view and be of one mind. For example, in order to keep the production team as the basic accounting unit, we shall have to convince the masses and strengthen the ranks of cadres. This is one possibility. Another possibility would be to legalize the practice of fixing farm output quotas for each household. These are all just ideas. As for what measures should actually be adopted, the entire party, including the Central Committee, is now considering the matter. We must soberly deliberate these questions now. We failed to give them enough consideration in the past, rashly placing the entire country under a unified plan. In some cases, instead of giving full consideration to the different conditions and particular circumstances of different areas, we jumped to conclusions and made everyone do the same thing. As I have mentioned on other occasions, we have had too many movements, launching a movement for each and every undertaking, and all of them were nationwide in scope. It seems that they have not worked out successfully. In some cases we had no choice but to launch a movement, as, for example, the agrarian reform movement. However, even that movement was carried out with different methods at different stages. Everything I have discussed above has to do with the policies to be adopted in the rural areas, all of which are designed to help peasants harvest more grain, plant more trees and raise more farm cattle. The peasants will be fairly happy when they can retain more grain for their own use and turn over more to the state. Generally speaking, we must consolidate the collective economy of the country, that is, consolidate the socialist system. This is our fundamental orientation. Of course, we must also solve specific problems arising in our work and leadership. In the rural areas we have to readjust the relations of production at the grassroots level and recognize the need of diversified modes of production. In my own opinion, it may be better to have diversified modes. To restore agricultural production we must also solve problems concerning the relationship between urban and rural areas. More city dwellers mean more grain to be collected from the peasants, which will make it difficult for us to restore agricultural production. For example, 10 million more city dwellers would require an additional 2 million tons of grain, 20 million more would mean 4 million tons, 30 million more, 6 million tons. It appears that each person could have only some 15 kilograms a month when 6 million tons of grain is shared by 30 million people. Actually, this is an immense amount, since there are only 300 or so counties across the country which are comparatively rich in grain. Two factors put pressure on the peasants for grain supplies, one of which is the urban population. So, we must try to reduce the population in the cities. Last year it was reduced by more than 10 million people, and if it can be reduced by another 20 million or more this year and next, we shall have an urban population the same size as that of 1957. The cadres in production brigades and teams under the communes constitute the other factor squeezing the peasants for more grain. There is a considerably large number of such cadres. If we tackle the problem from the structural angle, Cutting back a large number of these cotters, the strain on the peasants will be eased accordingly. If the peasants had more grain on hand, they would have enough feed to raise pigs, and the amount of draft animals would gradually increase since they would not be dying in such great numbers. Of course, this also involves the relations of production. For example, how would draft animals be raised, mainly privately or collectively? By tackling the problem from the structural angle, I mean altering the present relationships among the commune, production brigade, and production team. But how? The party central committee has discussed this question many times, and comrades from provincial party committees still hold differing views. Most of them are in favor of actually abolishing the brigade. Except for exercising leadership, formulating plans, checking on work and issuing general calls, neither the commune nor the brigade is in charge of money or grain, nor would they administer trade when supply and marketing cooperatives are set up in future. At present hundreds of people are fed with public grain in each commune, so this is a formidable problem. In fact, given the size of its working personnel, the scope and nature of its work, and its tasks, a commune is a large township as it used to be and should be now, and the commune committee can serve as the township people's committee. We think only one cotter will be enough for the brigade, who should take part in production and will not be paid by the peasants, instead receiving a subsidy from the state. This is one approach. Another is to fix the amount of subsidy for the village to pay the cotter as was done before. In future, a couple of brigades could merge into a village with a village head, a party branch secretary and a clerk. The clerk would receive a subsidy from the state for his work points. This will not only serve considerably to reduce the amount of grain taken from the peasants, but also improve the relations between the party and the masses, which is the greatest advantage. In short, we should solve the problem of the relationship between urban and rural areas by reducing the urban population, which is a major policy, and by readjusting the structures of the commune, the production brigade and production team, which constitutes another major policy. We should help peasants gradually improve their living standards. This will in turn arouse their enthusiasm for production and bring about hope for the recovery and development of agriculture. Another policy to help effect a recovery in agriculture is to have industry render more support to agriculture. First, industrial production in the service of agriculture cannot be reduced and must be increased, and we need to solve the problems in industrial production. Take farm machinery, for example. Although we have exerted great efforts in this regard for many years, we have not found satisfactory ways of manufacturing farm machinery and tools suited to different local conditions. In another example, although the state has spent a lot of money on water conservation projects in recent years, irrigation has yielded little result. Now we have to rebuild the existing water conservation facilities and dig wells in some places. In addition, in the production of fertilizers, we should find out what kind of chemical fertilizer is suited to which place. In short, industries in support of agriculture cannot be cut back and must be run well. Second, industrial production should be geared to people's needs for food, clothing, and daily necessities so as to reduce the burden on agriculture. We can gradually solve the clothing problem, for example, with the help of industry. In 1957 we decided to import the technical data and equipment for manufacturing vinylin, but that decision was held up somehow. If vinylin factories were set up, they would help alleviate the strain on the supply of cotton and could exchange vinylin for peasants' cotton. This exchange might then spur on agricultural production. If we can help meet the need for clothing in this way, we can help meet the needs for food and other daily necessities in the same way. To restore agricultural production, we must also solve the problem of market and commodity prices. Markets must be managed properly. The Central Committee has decided to have supply and marketing cooperatives set up everywhere in the country. If run well, these cooperatives can not only facilitate trade but also help organize and promote production, increase market supplies, and enable peasants to earn more income. In short, we shall have no hope of success unless we make every effort to arouse the initiative of the masses, including both peasants and city dwellers. It appears that we can find a way to rehabilitate the national economy in a comparatively short time. We should work hard to bring about a fundamental turn for the better in our financial and economic situation within 5 years, that is, during the third 5-year plan period, or sooner. Excerpt from a talk to all the comrades attending the 7th plenary session of the 3rd Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Youth League. 41 questions concerning cadres of the party in power. November 29, 1962. The party must exercise control over itself, over its members and its cadres. For a party in power, the heart of this matter concerns the cadres, because many of its members are working as cadres of varying ranks. There are many issues concerning our work among the cadres, and we have not found good solutions to all of them. We already have a large number of cadres, with perhaps up to 10 million or so more than we need, if cadres of production brigades and teams are included. Even if the surplus was only 3 to 5 million, it would also pose a formidable problem. What is more, the number of cadres keeps increasing. At least 200,000 people graduate from universities and colleges and secondary vocational schools annually. Tens of thousands of army men are demobilized to serve as civilian cadres every year, and during the past 2 years this number has increased to more than 100,000 a year. Local comrades must help make arrangements for demobilized army officers. Otherwise, the army will be composed of only officers and no soldiers, or only a few men under each officer, and the army will have no combat effectiveness. There is an age limit for officers, because older officers would have difficulty climbing mountains while in action. It is particularly inappropriate for a man over 40 to be a regimental commander, for he would find it beyond his ability to conduct reconnaissance and explore terrain on the front line and scale snow-covered mountains, whereas a younger person would be more able. Not long ago we purposely transferred a number of army cadres to strengthen the commercial departments. Since this was a decision of the Central Committee, no local authorities may refuse to accept these cadres on the grounds that it may be difficult to find places for them. Besides, new cadres should constantly be promoted. All things considered, we shall add at least 300,000 cadres every year, or 3 million in 10 years. For many years we have guaranteed the positions of all cadres, promoting them but never demoting them. Now it seems that this has created a considerable side effect. We have not yet found a satisfactory solution to this thorny problem. The only way out is to have the cadres prepared to accept posts at levels lower than the ones they are holding. This is a formidable task. First of all, we should straighten out their thinking. I should say it is not entirely a question of material benefits. This can be solved by retaining their original salary scales and ranks, but a question of their willingness to accept posts at lower levels. Too many people hold deputy posts. In a military command there are so many deputy commanders that they need 2 tables for meals, and this is the case with deputy provincial governors, deputy commission directors, and deputy secretaries of a provincial party committee. Both central and local authorities have been trying in vain to solve this problem for many years. It calls for a lot of work. We have to persuade our cadres, and create an atmosphere in which cadres are willing to accept lower posts. Their material benefits and political treatment should remain unchanged. We should also persuade some comrades to take honorary posts, such as members of the Political Consultative Conference or vice-chairman in the conference of a county or a province. Others can be sent to replace cadres at lower levels, who can return to production with their material benefits unchanged. Still others, who can no longer work at all, might just as well leave their positions for recuperation or take honorary posts. The fact that cadres are only prepared to be promoted and not demoted has become a hindrance to our work. This problem cannot be solved at one stroke, but we must keep working towards a solution. At a recent meeting held by the Secretariat of the Central Committee to hear reports on organizational work, I suggested that cadres be demoted on a trial basis, beginning with cadres at the grassroots level. For example, after serving 2 terms in office, the secretary of a brigade party branch may return to production, and the head of a production brigade may become an ordinary commune member again. Cadres should not always be promoted to higher positions. They may be demoted and should always be ready for either a higher or a lower post, and be ready to lead others and be led. When being led, they can help the leader in the way an ex-secretary of a brigade party branch helps a new secretary and an ex-head of a production brigade assists the new one. The ex-secretary or ex-head may be elected secretary or head again after leaving office for a couple of years. Enterprises and schools can do the same. In this way, cadres can be tempered. The Central Committee has not discussed this problem yet. I am the first to express an opinion about it. It is not good for a cadre to work at the grassroots level in the countryside for a long time. After a person has served as secretary of a production brigade party branch for 1 or 2 decades, he forms his own clique, and what he says is taken almost as imperial edicts. This hinders the promotion of democracy and the exercise of democratic centralism. If the secretary of a production brigade party branch is demoted to the position of an ordinary party member or the head of a production brigade to that of an ordinary commune member, they may be able to make a clear evaluation of the work they did and the work style they displayed while in office. This will help promote democracy. I hope when you go back, you will discuss this method with leading comrades of the bureaus of the Central Committee and the party committees of provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions to see if it can be tried out in a few places. Personally, I think this may be a good way to approach the problem, and it will certainly not do us any harm. However, this cannot be applied to technical cadres in enterprises. It is not advisable to transfer engineers or competent workshop directors to serve as workers. This method can be tried first among some administrative party cadres. For example, factory directors can be demoted to serve as workshop directors for a couple of years. Why should they always lead others instead of being led? In short, we should start with cadres at the grassroots level, making it a rule that cadres be ready to take a higher or a lower post, so that everybody will become accustomed to the practice. In this respect, we are not doing so well as the capitalist societies, where people may be moved to higher or lower posts. I do not know what the Soviet Union is doing about it. Anyway, this is a formidable problem for us to tackle. More effort should be made to control and supervise cadres. Recently, Comrade Liu Xiaoping criticized the long-term lack of appraisal of cadres' performance. Organization departments should take up this work. Supervision of cadres involves only a few aspects, such as, first of all, requiring party cadres to take part in the regular activities of the party organization. At an enlarged working conference of the Central Committee held last January, it was noted that it was difficult to supervise many high-ranking cadres who only took part in the regular activities in party branches. This has been the case for years. During those years, we suggested that senior cadres take part in such activities in a party committee or a leading party members group once every quarter or half a year to discuss their work, and engage in criticism and self-criticism to see whether they have made an effort to correctly and firmly implement the party's guiding principles and policies. This is not merely a matter of individual self-cultivation, it is also a type of supervision and a part of the regular activities of the party organization. This is quite suitable for those high-ranking cadres. There is no question about this suggestion, the point now is to put it into practice. All ordinary party members and cadres should take part in party branch or group activities at regular intervals to receive supervision from the party. The exercise of democratic centralism is also a form of supervision. In addition, supervision is also exercised by party members and non-party people, by the party's supervisory system and the organization department's appraisal system. This supervision is mainly over the cadres, including principal, leading cadres at corresponding levels. It would be of tremendous benefit if we could set up and improve day-to-day control and supervision of cadres and restore the system for appraising cadres. It is easier to solve problems as soon as they come up among cadres than to launch a movement for this purpose. Another question concerning cadres is the exchange of cadres. The Central Committee has also made a decision in this respect, and now we should execute it. By exchange of cadres I mean the transfer of cadres both at higher and lower levels. The organization department of the Central Committee is to submit to the Central Committee for approval its suggestions on cadres of the Central Committee for exchange. The organization departments of provincial party committees are also to submit to their respective committees for approval its suggestions on cadres under the charge of the provincial party committees for exchange. As many cadres as necessary will be involved. The ratio or number is not to be proposed by departments at lower levels. According to Comrade Liu Xiaoping, a number of departments will transfer around 5% of their cadres, while others none. The Central Committee has proposed that the first group of cadres to be transferred shall not exceed 5% of the existing cadres at any one level. The intent of setting this figure is to exercise prudence and not involve too many people at once. The cadres are not all necessarily being transferred because they made mistakes. The transfers themselves will do the cadres some good no matter what the case may be. When people who know each other well work together too long, they become accustomed to hearing each other speak, slow to react to things and careless in analyzing problems. It will be better for them to hear new things and work in a fresh environment. If cadres are transferred to work in different places, they will have more chances to deal with different situations and will therefore become more knowledgeable. Still another reason for transferring some cadres is that they do not cooperate well with others but prefer to go their own way, though they may be qualified and have made no mistakes. Such cadres can be found in enterprises, schools, and party committees. Why not transfer them to another place? Holding the same post, they may get along well with others in a different unit. Some cadres do not get along well with others any place. After being transferred a number of times, they may come to realize that they have a problem. Therefore, in order to better temper cadres, facilitate our work and create favorable working conditions for all units and party committees at all levels, we are beginning the practice of transferring cadres for exchange. Cadres should redouble their efforts to study. The Army has taken the lead in urging its cadres to learn. I think the regulation issued by the Central Military Commission is correct. Local cadres should also read books and create a studious atmosphere. They have a lot to learn. I shall not go into detail as to what they should study, but on the whole, they should study Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, which will give them plenty to study. Recently, both the Propaganda Department and the Organization Department of the Central Committee have been considering the question of party schools and the training of cadres in rotation. At the Conference on Propaganda it was proposed that party schools be separated from this training, which I think is the correct thing to do. Party schools provide regular training over a fairly long period of time. In addition, they are charged with training theoretical cadres, so their students are required to read books in a systematic program. To train cadres in rotation, however, requires a fairly short period. Perhaps we could divide a party school into two departments, one department being devoted to providing regular education and the other to training cadres in rotation, each with its own teaching staff. The Central Party School has also proposed restoring the division into two departments. Although the Central Committee has not yet given formal consideration to that proposal, I would go along with it. Local party committees can also look into this question. It is evident that we shall suffer if we do not run party schools on a regular basis. We did not seriously look at this question for a time, running the school on an off and on basis. Some places have completed their first round of training of cadres, while others have not. Those where training is still in progress should go on with it, and those that have finished it may consider a second round. The second round may not necessarily take 1.5 months or teach the same things as the first one. The documents of the 10th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee, for example, could serve as the teaching material for the second round. Cadres may be released from their work for 10 to 15 days or even just a week to discuss the documents. They may also read books or discuss a certain issue during the period of training. Both central and local authorities may consider these matters. Do we need to adhere to the principle of the 3 don'ts in the training of cadres in rotation? The 3 don'ts refer to don't pick on others for their faults, Don't label people and don't use a big stick. The Secretariat of the Central Committee has discussed this question and decided that we need the three don'ts. It is necessary to continue to implement the principle of the three don'ts put forward in the decision of the Central Committee on training of cadres in rotation. In the past there were shortcomings in following this principle in that only those who had been criticized previously were allowed to give vent to their dissatisfaction, whereas those who had criticized others dared not and could not air their views whether their opinions were correct or partly correct. Or, they were only allowed to air their views concerning a certain area of work. Since we have decided to follow the principle, it should apply to everybody. In short, we should do as Chairman Mao says, say all you know and say it without reserve and blame not the speaker but be warned by his words. This is the kind of atmosphere we want to create. The principle of the three don'ts, put forward in the light of the need during a given period of time, gives expression only to blame not the speaker. Chairman Mao's words are a complete formulation. They are included in the decision mentioned earlier. The decision contains many other don'ts, such as don't take notes in group discussions. We encourage people to say all they know and say it without reserve, to speak the truth and to correct erroneous views. Chairman Mao and Comrade Liu Shaokai say that we are not afraid of overt opposition in our party, except people who play tricks on us and resort to underhanded schemes. We will always have opposition, but we need not fear them so long as they are operating in the open. The normal way is for everyone to say all he knows and say it without reserve. When we discover that we are only partially implementing this principle, we should correct it without much ado. In short, we should exercise democratic centralism as emphasized by Chairman Mao at the enlarged working conference held by the Central Committee last January. Excerpt from a talk to comrades attending a conference on organizational work and a national conference on supervisory work. 42 Be realistic and look to the future. August 20, 1963. With regard to industrial development, my main concern is how to be realistic and look to the future. We should have a sober estimate of our industrial foundation, neither overestimating nor underestimating it. So long as we know the existing industrial foundation, proceed from the reality and review the experience gained in our country while drawing on foreign experience, we can achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results in industrial development as is required by the general line. We should be clear about our industrial foundation and the agricultural foundation as well. Here comes a population problem. Last year there was a net increase of more than 13 million people. This year there may be another net increase of 20 million. By 1970 we shall have a population of 800 million. A big population on the one hand is favorable for us, but on the other hand it is unfavorable for us, because we have to supply such a huge population with food, clothing, and other daily necessities. It will be many years before we can solve this problem. Besides, we should be clear about the number of technical personnel. We made rapid progress in the training of such personnel during the past 13 years. However, the shortage of technical personnel is still an acute problem in all departments. Many things remain to be done in this respect. For example, we should appropriately reform the educational system and increase the number of teachers, etc. The low standards of management constitute another problem. We should distinguish between the industrial level and the technological level. Our technological level is not high and the categories of technologies are incomplete. Many technological problems concerning some important military products remain to be solved. They are hard nuts to crack. Without foreign data and materials, it would not be so easy for us to solve those problems in a short time. Our industrial level is not high either. For example, we have only approximately 600,000 machine tools and lack precision, large and special machine tools. We have only more than 34,000 kilometers of railways. Nearly one-third of the rails need to be replaced, and many bridges need to be repaired. Long ago Chairman Mao defined the path for the country's industrial development. In his On the 10 Major Relationships and on the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, He pointed out that we should develop industry and agriculture, and light and heavy industries simultaneously. This is a summarization of the experience gained in other countries. With a formidable agricultural foundation, industry developed rapidly in the United States long ago. Japan was able to develop its industry rapidly after World War II simply because it first solved the problem of agriculture. Our weak link lies mainly in agriculture. With an annual increase of 10 or 20 million people, we have to supply them with food, clothing, and other daily necessities. This is a real burden. There are many problems with industry and particularly with basic industry. We lag far behind in mining and steel rolling, the two sectors of iron and steel industry. The non-ferrous metals industry and machinery industry are also very weak. Our output of petroleum is only several million tons. Coal is used as the main fuel, and if we want to increase its output, we have to make huge investment. This will take a long time. Many countries have been able to develop industries and sophisticated industries rapidly just because they have powerful basic industries. It seems that we can hardly find any country in the world which has developed sophisticated industry rapidly with a weak basic industry. In a word, when formulating principles and plans for industrial development, we should give consideration to the foundations of our agriculture, industry, and science and technology as well as our management standards. From a long-term point of view, we can achieve faster and better economical results if we put agriculture first and then light industry and heavy industry. I think that, for some time, we should focus on taking agriculture as the foundation and trying to appropriately solve the problem of our inadequate supply of food, clothing, and other daily necessities, of course on a low level. In industry, we should concentrate on developing basic industry, which is still weak. What is our objective to be accomplished? We want our country to be among the advanced countries in the world through our 40 years of hard work. That is, we want it to become one of the few major industrial powers in the world, but not to surpass all the other countries. We are not sure whether we shall be able to surpass all the other countries, because our economic foundation is different from that of other countries and they are also advancing. Of course, it may not necessarily take 40 years for China to become one of the major powers in the world. I think we had better set a short-term objective first, that is, to preliminarily or basically establish an independent nationwide industrial system after 5 to 7 years of hard work. We should try to achieve this objective by 1970 through careful and rational planning. If we fail in our effort, we may spend 1 or 2 more years attaining this goal. The basic or preliminary establishment of such an industrial system will lay a foundation for faster development of industry, agriculture, and national defense. During this period, we should first solve the problem of the supply of food, clothing, and other daily necessities. In agriculture, we should solve the problems of fertilizer, pesticides, and water conservancy in particular, including the drainage of flooded fields. We should try every means to develop light industry so as to accumulate more capital. An important thing we should do is to develop cash crops. In the next few years, we should produce more cash crops, even if we have to continue to import grain. Second, we should develop basic industry and build new railways. Third, we should develop sophisticated technology in national defense. We should still pay attention to producing conventional weapons. All these are the main tasks to be fulfilled. To this end, we may as well put forth several plans or methods for discussion. The general program is to accomplish the 4 modernizations. In establishing new enterprises in future, we should give priority to small and medium-sized ones and only establish large enterprises which are absolutely necessary. If we concentrate on small and medium-sized enterprises, our management standards will also improve rapidly. I should like comrades from each major region of the country to consider whether or not we should change the managerial system of enterprises, establish trusts and put the big industrial cities directly under the jurisdiction of the central government. We should try to find out the problems. In the document we should explain the proportion of accumulation to consumption, that is, The proportion of investment. We must settle this issue. It is necessary to say something about the cadres policy. To sum up, our cadres should be both politically sound and professionally competent. Those who are in charge of industry must have professional knowledge. I am pleased to learn that there are really a number of directors of departments or bureaus and some vice ministers who are capable and vocationally proficient. There are also a number of such cadres in the provinces and municipalities. We should send them to enterprises, small or medium-sized, but not necessarily large enterprises, to serve as directors for a couple of years and then appoint them ministers or vice ministers. By so doing we can have a number of key leading cadres who are capable and both politically sound and professionally competent, and our management standards will be greatly raised. We should adopt this policy organizationally, because it has an important bearing on our future. Main points of a speech on industrial development at the meeting held by the Industrial Decision Drafting Committee. 43. Build a mature and combat-effective party. June and December, 1965. I should like to tell you a little about the experience gained by our party and Comrade Mao Zedong in handling inter-party issues in the 10 years between the Zunyi meeting, held in 1935, and the party's 7th National Congress, held in 1945. During the nearly 4 years between the 4th plenary session of our party's 6th Central Committee convened in January 1931 and the end of 1934, we fell into the trap of left errors in the political line for the third time, ending with a great loss of our revolutionary strength, practically all our forces in areas under Chiang Kai-shek's rule and 90% in the Red Army's Soviet areas. When the exponents of the left line held sway, they not only totally rejected Comrade Mao Zedong's correct line but removed him from leading posts in the party and army until the Long March. In the early stage of the Long March, mistakes were made owing to the absence of his command. The Red Army's First Front Army dwindled from 80,000 to 30,000. When we got to Zunyi, the line represented by Wang Ming and Bogu could no longer be maintained, and we had to ask ourselves what should be done. An enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, i.e., the Zunyi meeting, was convened, marking the beginning of Comrade Mao Zedong's leadership. At the meeting he adopted the correct policy of pointing out only errors in the military line and not bringing up those in the political line. Comrade Mao Zedong did not become General Secretary at that time. Of course, Bogu was no longer eligible for the post of General Secretary, but it was nevertheless taken by Luo Fu, once an exponent of Wang Ming's line. Why did we do this? We did it because we wanted to unite with comrades who had made mistakes, especially when we were then in hard times. Thanks to Comrade Mao Zedong's policy of correctly handling problems within the party, we became more united, went through our roughest time and completed the Long March. After the Long March, Comrade Mao Zedong had still not been placed in the position of General Secretary, though, of course, since the Zunyi meeting he had actually been the leading core of our party. During the War of Resistance against Japan, our party clarified the past struggle between the two lines by reviewing our experience and rectifying incorrect work styles. However, the final conclusion was not drawn until the party's 7th National Congress held in 1945. At that Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong was formally elected chairman of the Central Committee. A change in form did away with the title of General Secretary. This shows that Comrade Mao Zedong adopted the approach of uniting with comrades who made mistakes. At that time he formed the concept of starting from the desire for unity and, through criticism or struggle, arriving at a new unity on a new basis. It took a decade for those comrades to truly become aware of their mistakes. With their enthusiasm aroused, the party became more united. It was on this basis that we won in the War of Resistance and ushered in nationwide liberation. Thus, there are two ways to deal with inter-party problems. One is to deal with them promptly and hastily, the other is by exercising patience over a fairly long time. Of course, this does not mean that we have to spend 10 years every time to solve any kind of problem. The main thing is to see what results this method will produce. By results we mean that the comrades who made mistakes come to recognize them through education and that all party members benefit by it, becoming clearer about the distinction between what is right and what is wrong in the party and between the correct and the erroneous line. Is it reliable to solve problems in a simple way on an organizational basis? It is best to solve them ideologically. Of course, our experience is not necessarily applicable to the struggle in your party, though it may be regarded as a method for reference, for every party is likely to encounter such problems. We have always explained to fraternal parties that the strategies, tactics, programs, and requirements applicable to the specific circumstances in a country can be drawn up only by the party in that country. In this way, a party acquires experience, benefiting by its correct decisions and suffering from its mistakes, which it can draw on itself. It does not matter if mistakes are made. Provided that we faithfully apply the method of criticism and self-criticism and constantly review our experience, we can make steady progress. Our party can do no more than relate our experience to fraternal parties. It is entirely up to these parties to determine what experience is relevant and what is irrelevant to their situations. However, we do believe in a fairly important principle, generalized by Comrade Mao Zedong, that is, in order to formulate correct strategies and tactics and achieve victory in revolution, a party must integrate the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the revolutionary practice and actual conditions in its own country. Our experience consists of formulating and carrying out correct strategies and tactics in the light of our country's specific conditions and, in particular, on the basis of profound understanding of the conditions of classes and the class struggle. Shortly after its founding, our party clearly recognized that Chinese society was a semi-colonial and semi-feudal one. With this nature of our society in mind, our party determined the stages, targets, and motive forces of the revolution, and decided that opposing imperialism and feudalism was our revolutionary task in the first stage. But, can we say that by presenting this task we have truly understood the meaning of the struggle against imperialism and feudalism? No. We cannot say this, because it is no easy job to formulate and implement correct strategies and tactics for such a struggle. Over a fairly long period of time in this revolutionary stage our party was unable to settle or straighten out such questions as how to fight against imperialism and feudalism, what forces we should rely on, what forces we should unite with, and what forces we should attack. For example, our party has always been aware of the need to mobilize the peasants, for they constitute the overwhelming majority of China's population. During the period from the founding of our party to the Great Revolution, 1925 to 27, the peasant movement grew considerably. But did this growth prove that our party had come to know the peasants? No, it didn't. Comrade Mao Zedong said it took him 6 to 7 years, beginning in 1925, before he began to truly understand the peasants. Only afterwards was he able to propose correct programs and policies relating to the peasants and the worker-peasant alliance and, in the light of China's actual conditions, to formulate the correct strategic principle of encircling the cities from the countryside. During the agrarian revolution we based our correct class policy on the conditions of classes in rural areas. The slogan "Land to the peasants" alone was not enough, there still remained the major problem of how to distribute land. Comrade Mao Zedong advocated distributing an equal share of land to everyone in the rural areas, including the landlords. The left opportunists who dominated our party at the time opposed his proposal, asserting that it was not a correct class line. They advocated distributing poor land to rich peasants and no land to landlords, calling Comrade Mao Zedong an opportunist. In their view, the rich peasants were members of the exploiting class and the bourgeoisie in rural areas, so why should they receive the same share of land as the poor peasants? Since the landlords had oppressed the peasants for so many years, why should they now receive an equal share of land? All this sounded so revolutionary. In fact, they knew nothing about the countryside. With no land or with only poor land, how could the landlords and rich peasants feed themselves? The landlords and rich peasants had to eat, but what could they do if they had no land? In actuality, This policy only forced all landlords and rich peasants to join forces with Chiang Kai-shek and stand against the peasants, which was of no benefit to the poor and middle peasants, the worker-peasant regime or production. By distributing land to landlords and rich peasants, they could gradually be transformed from exploiters to laborers and, in the meantime, we could use their manpower. This is just one example, there are a host of similar problems. Without making a full investigation in the countryside and a careful study of class conditions there, it would have been impossible for us to truly understand the demand of all the peasants, including the poor peasants, and what policies would meet their interests. Some left slogans sound very revolutionary but do not serve the interests of the peasants. That is why I said the slogan "Land to the peasants" alone could not settle all problems. The attitude to be adopted towards the national bourgeoisie is another highly important question in the stage of national democratic revolution. Failure to handle it properly could lead to the error of either left or right opportunism. As a vacillating class, the national bourgeoisie has 1,001 links with imperialism and feudalism. On this question our party made both left and right opportunistic mistakes. The former lingered longer than the latter and inflicted greater damage on us. In the early stage of the Great Revolution our party handled the question appropriately by working together with the bourgeois revolutionaries represented by Dr. Sun Yat-sen and initiating Kuomintang communist cooperation to advance the revolution, and we also cooperated with Chiang Kai-shek. It would have been a mistake if, in the course of this cooperation, we had only maintained relations with the bourgeoisie. When we entered into alliance with the bourgeoisie to lead the democratic revolution, one question of supreme importance was to develop the progressive forces, the forces of workers and peasants, under this alliance. In the later stage of the Great Revolution our party was misled by Chen Duxiu's right opportunistic error, when we were afraid of engaging in a political struggle with the bourgeoisie, afraid of irritating it, and not daring to arouse the masses into action. Consequently, the Great Revolution ended in defeat as soon as Chiang Kai-shek betrayed it. Then the left opportunistic mistakes occurred in our party 3 times which were characterized by the practice of overthrowing everything. At that time we were chiefly attacking the bourgeoisie, its intellectuals, and the parties of the petty bourgeoisie, which resulted in our self-isolation. Many people in the cities, including the intellectuals and youth, were alienated from us for a long time. It was hard to launch workers' movements, strikes were held aimlessly and, moreover, the demands were so outrageous that the movements ended in failure. Our strength in the cities kept dwindling until at last it was nearly gone. Correct policies were adopted, however, in the rural areas which were under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong. In those days the Red Army protected industry and commerce. Some industrial and commercial capitalists were practicing feudalistic exploitation, which was all eradicated. We did not do anything with regard to their shops or factories and we did not confiscate anything from them, instead we provided protection for their property. Benefiting a great deal from policies such as these, we were able to break the economic blockade imposed by the Kuomintang against our base areas. Later, when the leaders of the left opportunist line came to the Central Soviet area, they opposed Comrade Mao Zedong's correct policies and attacked national industry and commerce. As a result, under Chiang Kai-shek's blockade, even salt was unavailable in the base areas. Even when Chen Duxiu's right opportunism was prevalent, left mistakes were made in urban work. For example, the government in Wuhan at that time was led by left-wingers of the Kuomintang who were cooperating with our party in opposition to Chiang Kai-shek. There we organized strikes and set economic demands which were more than the bourgeoisie could bear. Consequently, the market slumped, to the detriment of the economic base of the revolutionary regime. In dealing with the national bourgeoisie, our party has made both left and right mistakes. It is essential to adopt correct policies. Without doubt, the national bourgeoisie tends to vacillate, but we should, nevertheless, make use of its positive side, uniting with it as well as struggling against it. We cannot lay down rigid rules as to the circumstances under which mainly to unite with it and circumstances under which mainly to struggle against it. This is a question that requires flexibility and solution based on concrete analysis of the national bourgeoisie in one's own country. In giving these two examples, I have been trying to illustrate that in order to formulate correct programs and policies, it is necessary to obtain a thorough understanding of the actual conditions in one's own country. This is no easy job, especially when it comes to trying to understand the peasants. Now I should like to talk about our party's experience during the War of Resistance against Japan. Tactics serve strategies. The years prior to the anti-Japanese war are called the period of the Agrarian Revolution. At that time we pursued a policy of confiscating land from the landlord class. After Japan stepped up its aggression against China, the national problem became the principal concern, and Japanese imperialism became our main target of attack. Under these circumstances, we had to ally ourselves with all our indirect allies in the world, which included contacts with the United States, for example. The comprador capitalist class, previously our main target of attack, became one whom we both unite with and struggle against. Its representative was Chiang Kai-shek, with whom we cooperated to resist Japan, adopting a policy of both unity and struggle in the course of cooperation. The landlord class, our other main target of attack, also became a class that we both unite with and struggle against. In other words, our policy of confiscating land from the landlord class was replaced by a policy of reducing rent and interest rates in order to appropriately satisfy the peasants' demands. If we had continued our battles with the Kuomintang, instead of making the Japanese imperialists our main target of attack, the War of Resistance would have been out of the question. Likewise, if we had taken both the Japanese imperialists and the Kuomintang as our main targets, the war could not have been waged. If we had continued our attack mainly on the landlord class, following a policy of confiscating land instead of a policy of reducing rent and interest rates, the landlords would have been driven to the side of the Japanese aggressors. Therefore, we must be clear about the main target of attack, otherwise, we would isolate ourselves. During the anti-Japanese war, Chiang Kai-shek was not our main target of attack. However, on the question of both unity and struggle, right opportunism emerged in our party in the form of Wang Ming's right capitulationist mistakes. 2. It's not easy for a party to grow gradually into a mature party maintaining ties with the masses. Judged from the history of our party, the 7th National Congress in 1945 marked the maturation of our party as a whole. Beginning with the party's founding in 1921, it took us 24 years to achieve this goal. Of course we are referring to the maturity of the party as a whole. As far as the central leadership is concerned, we can say it reached maturity at the Zunyi meeting in January 1935, which established the central leadership with Comrade Mao Zedong as the core. This took us 13.5 years. After the Zunyi meeting, struggle continued in the party. In the early days of the anti-Japanese war, our party was plagued by Wang Ming's line for a second time as he switched from left to right opportunism. Party cadres, including some of the principal cadres, lacked a clear understanding of the history of the party, the struggle between the two lines and such questions as how to build a sound party that maintains ties with the masses, and with what ideology and work style to arm the party. In October 1935 the Red Army's First Front Army triumphantly completed the Long March and the Central Committee reached northern Shaanxi, not yet Yan'an, but a place north of Yan'an. After the Red Army's three front armies joined forces, Comrade Mao Zedong found that the Red Army had only 30,000 survivors, including some 2,000 to 3,000 leading cadres. Studying the history of the party and analyzing our experience and lessons to educate party members became a vital question. At that time Comrade Mao Zedong concentrated on achieving unified thinking in the party. Before long the War of Resistance against Japan broke out. While exercising leadership in this war and ensuring that the party pursue a correct line of resistance, he reviewed the party's experience and lessons and wrote a series of essays covering philosophy, political and military affairs, and so forth. Based on these works, a rectification movement was launched. You could say this began in 1939 and 1940. Over a period of about 5 years, particularly in the course of the rectification movement throughout the party, which started in 1942, we thoroughly exposed and criticized left and right opportunism and unified the thinking of the party at long last. Those who had made mistakes in the past admitted them. It was on such a basis that our party worked out the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party. This resolution dealt with errors in political line, especially the errors of Wang Ming's left opportunist line. However, Wang Ming has all along clung to his errors. He now lives in Moscow and still attacks us in the articles he writes. It was at the 7th National Congress that our entire party was united by Mao Zedong thought. It had been 17 years between our party's 6th National Congress in 1928 and its 7th National Congress in 1945. Discussing questions in a positive manner, this was a Congress of unity. Shortly after its close, Japan surrendered. But then the entire party had been armed with Mao Zedong thought. Confronted with the civil war launched by Chiang Kai-shek with the support of the United States, this great party, armed with Mao Zedong thought, was up to the situation. By maturity of the party as a whole we mean, first of all, that it had reached maturity ideologically. Our party has Mao Zedong thought that integrates Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. The broad ranks of cadres and party members have a good grasp of this thought. Politically, although erroneous lines have emerged occasionally in the party since the Zunyi meeting, Comrade Mao Zedong has always redressed them with his correct line. This is why the party's principles and policies have been correct ever since that meeting. Having won the support of the masses, the principles and policies that embody the correct line have been translated into action by the masses. After the war of resistance against Japan, the number of party members jumped from 30,000 to over 1.2 million, the army from 30,000 to 1 million and the population in the liberated areas to over 100 million. This would never have been possible if the party's line, principles and policies had not been correct. Organizationally, we have become a sound Marxist-Leninist party with a correct work style. At the party's 7th National Congress, a correct work style was summarized by Comrade Mao Zedong as having 3 parts. First, the party must be a party that integrates theory with practice. Second, it must maintain close ties with the masses. And third, it must be based on self-criticism. Without the spirit of criticism and self-criticism, it would not be able to review its experience and rectify mistakes in good time, nor would it be able to educate cadres, party members, and the masses by distinguishing between correct and erroneous or positive and negative experience. Comrade Mao Zedong often tells us that there is no party, person, or leader that never makes mistakes. The key lies in reviewing experience in a timely manner and checking on the work in the spirit of criticism and self-criticism. In this way, minor mistakes will be kept from developing into major ones or into errors in the nature of a political line. Party members and cadres can learn from correct experience, and errors will be turned into fertilizer and bad things into good ones. Comrade Mao Zedong set forth a series of policies and principles concerning party organization. Our party's organizational principles combine a high degree of democracy with a high degree of centralism, developing the principles of democratic centralism advanced by Lenin. A party cannot do without centralism. It will have no fighting capacity unless its central committee and party committees at various levels exercise centralized leadership. If not based on a high degree of democracy, the centralism will be a sham. By encouraging democracy, criticism, and self-criticism, the party will be able to truly unify the will of all its members, so that they can act with one heart and one mind. Comrade Mao Zedong has also encouraged the army to practice democracy. Our People's Liberation Army practices democracy in the 3 major fields, namely, political, economic and military fields. At a company meeting, soldiers can criticize the company commander, but will this democracy not hinder his unified command? No, it will not. If he rectifies his mistakes as soon as he discovers them, he will exercise better command and his soldiers will have greater fighting capacity. It is true not only at the level of a company, but also at the level of a large war zone. A commander will be subject to criticism if he makes mistakes. For instance, a corps or regiment commander will criticize the commander who has lost a battle in a certain war zone. What other choice does he have? If we fail, we must admit our mistakes and there is no other alternative. This way we will be better equipped to fight the next battle. With the practice of inter-party democracy and criticism and self-criticism, people will not tend to make irresponsible remarks behind others' backs, but instead lay the problems out on the table. Comrade Mao Zedong proposed learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient. He said we should allow people who have made mistakes to correct them. For example, Wang Ming was again elected to the Central Committee at the 7th and the 8th National Congress of our party. At the 9th National Congress we will once more consider his re-election in order to give him a chance to correct his mistakes. In short, we should patiently help comrades who have made mistakes through the method known as observance and help. By observance we mean simply observing whether or not they can rectify their mistakes. Regardless of whether or not they are able to do so, we should offer them plenty of help, keeping in mind learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient. As we see it, the whole series of concepts concerning party building defined by Comrade Mao Zedong has immensely expanded on Lenin's principles on party building. The fine work style of the party should be carried on by our successors. We attach particular importance to spreading Mao Zedong thought in order that it will take root among the masses. As for what kind of party we should build, this is a question not only for our generation, but also for the next generation and the generation after that. The party is the key element in a country's revolution. Only a good party can steer revolution towards victory, after which a good party is still essential to the building of socialism if it is to succeed. The foregoing has all been to give you an introduction to our party's history. In brief, a party must be able to unite all its cadres and members through the necessary struggle. A united party will then be strong enough to unite with the masses. Such a party can play a tremendous role even if it does not have many members. A party with a small number of members and combat effectiveness is much better than a party with a large number of members but no combat effectiveness. A party with combat effectiveness will grow. Excerpts from two talks with an Asian communist leader, which took place on June 14 and December 27, 1965, respectively.